As you hold down the button for Perfect Strike, your character will charge up. If you release at exactly the right moment, you'll create a large explosion in front of you. Shield Charge is best used for stunning a small group of enemies.
There are all sorts of things to discover. You may even find a lonely man who will give you...
Blood magic has changed a little bit, and it's also moved quite significantly on the tree, now finding itself at an equal distance from the strength and strength int starting locations. This one removes all of your mana and makes any charges you gain be gained by allies in your presence, but its modifiers are massively changed. Eldritch Whispers of Doom now moves more towards the top downside. Necromantic Talisman is essentially the same as Necromantic Aegis from PoE 1, only it makes your amulet apply to your minions instead of your shield. Keystone. Mind over Matter is pretty much located exactly where it was in PoE 1, but it now makes all damage be taken from mana before life, essentially making your mana pool your primary focus for scaling EHP. The downside of 50% less mana recovery is very significant, however, as this affects all forms of recovery over time, including regeneration, leech, and mana flask usage, unless exactly does that mean? Well, we know that beginning with Acrobatics. Now, Acrobatics, of course, in Path of Exile 1, is a keystone which converts your spell suppression in. Hello guys, welcome to another video. Now, about a week ago, and next up, we've got Mind over Matter. Now, I know a lot of people were making a big deal of this one. So, Mind over Matter in Path of Exile 1, as it currently stands, will redirect 40% of damage to your mana before life. And in Path of Exile 2, it looks like it's going to make 100% of damage be taken from mana before life. and it's also going to impose a 50% reduction on the mana regeneration rate that you have. Now, the excitement around this keystone for the change in Path of Exile 2, I think, has come about because right now in Path of Exile 1, it's basically impossible to obtain 100% of all damage to be taken from mana before life without having legacy gear. And there are ways to get different damage types up to 100%. For example, you can reach 100% of lightning damage taken from mana before life, but no matter what you do in the current game with non-legacy gear, you can't get all damage types to be taken 100% from mana before life. Now, I think people are excited about the combination of using this new keystone in Path of Exile 2 with Chaos Inoculation. So Chaos Inoculation makes it so that you're immune to chaos damage and you have 1 life. And the idea there is that should you run out of all of your energy shield, you would then have 1 life, but of course all damage is being redirected to mana. So you would also have that secondary life pool there, and you could use those 2 keystones together. Now, that combination of mechanics, if it existed in Path of Exile 1, would be incredibly powerful because there's a lot of ridiculous scaling you can do. For example, you can get a lot of extra energy shield gain from stacking mana. That's very powerful. But in Path of Exile 2, we'd kind of lack the context to see if this will be strong or not. And we also haven't seen Chaos Inoculation just yet in Path of Exile 2. Correct me if I'm wrong, this may have been shown off somewhere, but I believe we haven't seen that keystone just yet. So it's possible that they've changed that keystone a little bit or a lot, as some of the keystones that are non-flask based contain. And next up, we have Vaal Pact. So this keystone in Path of Exile 2, it's going to grant 100% of Life Leech is instant and cannot use life flasks. So once again, going back to that discussion on flasks, I think that flasks are going to be really important in Path of Exile 2, but for a very different reason for how they're important in Path of Exile 1. I think that a lot of builds, even builds that are not stacking mana, for example, are going to be using flasks very regularly just for normal recovery of life or mana. So this keystone disabling the use of life flask is a really big deal, but at the same time it grants 100% of life leech being instant. And just from looking at this keystone, I feel like instant life leech is probably going to be a stat which is either exceedingly rare, or this is possibly the only way you'll be able to obtain that stat. Because right now in Path of Exile 1, it's very easy to obtain instant leech. You can get it just by clicking on a mastery, you can get 10% of it. This keystone granting 100% of life leech as instant is quite powerful, but the fact that you can't use life flasks as a trade-off for this kind of makes me think that life leech being instant is going to be a rare.
Added fire. Okay, search. Spend a total of 100% of your max mana on support skill. Trying the mana you spent. Spending enough mana grants a burst of mana region and cast speed for 8 seconds. PoE is collecting its information from videos like this, because there's nothing to data mine at the moment. You can check the gems in PoE, yes, or I can watch this video and I'd support Havoc, which is an OG content creator in the community. By watching the entire video, help his algorithm gets boosted. You see, one of the best things you can do to help a YouTube channel out is watch a video from start to finish. Viewer retention is insanely effective for algorithm boost. Like, subscribe, and comment are the other things you can do. All right, let's see. Support skills has 100% more critical hit chance against enemies that are on full life. Okay. What else do we have? Added cold. Support get attacks. Not spells, attacks. 25% of all damage added as cold. Holy fuck, dude. But the attack deals less fire and lightning damage. Bro, that's like a pseudo version of hatred in a support gem. That's level 1, by the way. Didn't they say support gems wouldn't have levels? It just requires level 1. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. Cost multiplier 140. Poison for support skills adds 200% of damage per second to enemy as plague. Up to a maximum of 10% of enemy's maximum life. Holy shit. Ammo conservation. 40% chance of crossbow attacks to not consume a bolt. Why is added lightning green? Can someone... let's check it out.
And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out.
Someone pop the Alan and Steve sounds. We have them on the stream. We got Alan and Steve. Where is it? I have it here somewhere.
Alan, Steve!
There you go. It's him.
Alan!
It's him, boys.
Steve!
Let it rip, boys. Let's let it rip. It's him.
Alan! Steve!
9 days to go until we all log in, and it's time for another PoE 2 passive tree video. If you didn't know, I went to a PoE 2 event a few weeks back and was able to capture some of the passive skill tree, and I've been covering each section of the tree, discussing some of the more interesting nodes. Today, it's the intelligence area of the tree, where the witch and sorceress start. Recharge has a 4-second base delay before it begins in PoE 2, but nodes like convalescence will help with that, reducing recharge rate but allowing it to start much faster.
Get ready for winter.
Hey guys, Postron here, and today let's talk about everything we know a bit of anyways, and kind of drip feeding us over the last few days. I see what you're doing. But yeah, it's been absolutely great. Whereas other people have just been recording gameplay, he's basically been saying, no, I know what you actually want. You want to know what the passive tree looks like, so I highly appreciate that. But Jira has been putting out quite a bit, especially on the bottom of the passive tree. And we've also had bits and pieces from like Ziggy D, official reveals, and so on. And we've seen a lot of bits and pieces of certain notables, but never really all put together in a theme. For example, all the ES nodes or all the poison nodes and whatnot. And that's what I kind of wanted to do with this video, because it's one thing to see bits and pieces, but kind of getting the full picture. Also, sometimes what's not on the passive tree actually tells you more about it than what is on there. And I'll obviously give my opinion in terms of what I think this means for build making and for the game as a whole. If you're just here to literally look at all notables on your own, my editor for this video actually made a Imgur with all the notables, so the link will be down below in the description and you can just take that. But if passive skills are not really your thing and you want IRL skills, then you might want to check out today's sponsor, Boot.dev.
Boot.dev is an online learning platform that teaches you backend development. Their selling proposition is learning stuff in more of a gamified version to make the process more enjoyable. This means you're more engaged with the topic and pretty. But okay, let's get into the nitty gritty. The biggest thing that changed on the passive tree is not a single node, it is what you see right here. These pathing nodes that used to be basically 10 intelligence on the top, 10 strength on the bottom, it depends on where you are in the passive tree. They're now +5 to any attribute of your choosing. So that means you can start as a witch and just take strength after strength after strength. This means you can do stuff like, I don't know, play a Gemling Legionnaire on the bottom, be a mercenary, and just take all int nodes and path all the way to the top and get mind over matter and be a mana stacker. That is ridiculous, especially when it comes to flexibility of your attributes, especially because we do not know how much attributes you actually get on your gear. So for all we know, this is probably the biggest game changer. Big one as well, jewel sockets are now traveling nodes. So as you can see here, right, it's just attributes, oh, a jewel socket. In Path of Exile 1, you actually have to invest to get jewels. So for example, this is a pathing node. This one you have to opt in for 2 points. That is not the case anymore. In Path of Exile 2, one of these random traveling nodes would actually be a jewel. So that means that pathing might not be as obvious as you might think. So for example, you could path out here and it's only like 2-3 points, but maybe going through the other side in a particular way is more interesting, because this one node here is worth like, I don't know, it can be worth up to 5 to 8 attributes as far as we know. So yeah, we don't know exactly how strong jewels are because we don't have the full table, but this is very promising and it will make everything a little bit more complicated. Another big deal, as you might see here, there's no more masteries. If you guys haven't played Path of Exile 1, this is what masteries are. Let's say I take this notable right here. This is a bow cluster, and in the middle there is a bow mastery. There's usually very strong effects in the middle that you can take for 1 point once you've allocated a notable. This makes it a lot more flexible to take the same masteries no matter where you are on the tree. So for example, if I took a bow mastery up top here
I would have these same options and I would not have to go all the way down. That is now gone, and I think that's good riddance because it is a lot easier to path around on the tree now. The traveling nodes are a lot less, and they can now be a lot more flexible with whatever attribute you need. So I don't think we're going to miss it. Another thing I noticed is that there are a lot more specific notables on the passive tree, whereas the PoE 1 tree is known for a lot of just general buffs, with a few outliers, of course. This tree seems a lot more specialized. There are a lot more nodes that might be really good on 1 or 2 builds, but then utterly useless on others. And the last difference to Power of Exile 1 that I want to point out is how many traveling nodes it takes to get to some of these notables. And this is important to note because your notables are usually the payoffs. Now you're going to say, oh, notables on average seem stronger than the Power of Exile 1. But you have to remember that some of these take like 5 pathing nodes until you get to the notable. That is kind of unheard of in Path of Exile 1, where most of these clusters take 3 or at most 4. So in general, a lot of these notables will be judged off of how good the small nodes are, and we don't have too much information on it because most creators only focused on the big nodes when the small nodes are actually also quite important. So you have to kind of take it as a package. As an example, there's some really OP nodes down here for like 4 points or whatever, and if the small nodes are bad though, all of a sudden the notable kind of looks bad as well. And at this point, I also want to note that a lot of these notables will look good in a vacuum, but might never get picked simply because they are on an inconvenient spot on the passive tree. Think about, I don't know, like a certain pathway is really strong. It has a lot of good nodes on the way. Like let's, for example, say you want to path out here, you want to path here, over here, and there's something like there's like a node cluster down here. It has really good nodes, but pathing all the way down here would be crazy, and there's nothing really on the way. Just as an example, then this node can be as good as it wants to be. You're never going to pick it. So do keep that in mind when we're going to talk about these in a vacuum. Now, let's start with the spicy stuff. Life and mana on the passive tree. A lot of people are planning out their mind over matter builds right now, their melee builds, and one of the things that everybody already noticed is there's almost no life on the passive skill tree. We have seen Unbending so far, which gives a massive 3%. And then there's also another node that I actually did not include here because I couldn't find it again. It gives 3% life, mana, and energy shield. But those two together are kind of all we know about life. And when it comes to mana, there's not that much more. There's another node, which we're going to go over on the energy shield one, that gives another 5% mana. But percentage-wise, we're going to rely a lot on probably unique gear. Now, to contrast this with energy shield, if you look at this, these numbers, they range from like 25 to 60%. Some of them have downsides. Some of them actually come with additional upsides. We know a lot of the small energy shield nodes are 15% per point. And we also know from the Path of Exile 2 website that the bases are going to be quite similar to what they were in Path of Exile 1. So for example, body armors are probably going to have 600 plus, right? Helmets are going to have 300 plus and all that. So I'm not really sure how they're planning to balance this, because are they going to balance around life? Or are they going to balance around energy shield? Because the difference is probably going to be 4,000 life versus like, I don't know, 15,000 energy shield. Postron from the future here. Eldritch Battery has just confirmed to be removed from early access. They will have to re-evaluate it because it's currently too strong. Converts all energy shield to mana. So I'm just, yeah, adding this here just so you know and you're not surprised. But I guess if you think about what ES's downsides actually are, there is 3 things in particular. The first one is you actually need to mitigate stun. Stun threshold depends on your life. Energy shield doesn't do anything there, so you need to introduce mods like this. Percentage of maximum ES as additional stun threshold. So for example, if you have 10,000 energy shield, 20% of that, so you get 2,000 stun threshold. Whereas on the life build, that would look a little bit different. A huge one that I haven't heard enough people talk about is the ailment threshold stuff. And we haven't even seen much yet. There is one node we're going to talk about later that has it. But in general, ailments are usually an absolute pest for ES-based builds because, once again, it depends on your life threshold. And if you don't have any life, then you're just going to get frozen over and over. And as far as we know, other than charms, there won't really be much to mitigate that whatsoever. And charms are not going to be permanent. You're not going to have just freeze immune all the time. So you're going to have to kind of, I don't know, gear into that. We just do not know. Another important thing to point out is you're going to lose all your base types, which means in order to get your energy shield up, you're going to have to gear fully into it. That is an opportunity cost. You're going to lose either evasion or armor that you could have had instead. So comparing life and energy shield 1-to-1 is obviously not fair because the life build could have full armor gear here. So a lot of life's success will probably depend on how strong armor or evasion are. And to state the obvious here at the end, just because you have a lot of points to invest into doesn't mean that that's just an upside purely, because you only have so many points on the passive tree, and whereas life nodes might have some kind of way to get back some of the defense with different nodes, and it has an extra 40 nodes, you're gonna invest all of this into stun threshold, energy shield, faster start of energy shield, and whatnot. And that's the perfect segue to talk about recharge, because recharge for energy shield in Path of Exile 2, just so you see this node as well, is going to be 4 seconds baseline. That is 2 seconds in Path of Exile 1, so that is a big shift. So it either says you invest into it, you somehow cheese it, or you're gonna have a problem. In case you don't know, in order to get your energy shield back, you need to wait and not get hit for a certain amount of seconds. In this, on default, 4 seconds, and you can make that faster with certain notables. But if you get hit in the meantime, the timer is back to 0. You can have as much maximum life as you want. If you don't have the recovery figured out, you're never going to be able to use it all. However, they also give you a lot more tools to counteract that with stuff like faster start of energy shield recharge. If you, for example, have a 100% faster start, you go from 4 seconds to 2 seconds, which would be where it was before, which is quite strong. However, I want to note that if you're a melee build, you're going to have a rough time on energy shield unless you have some other alternative way to recharge your energy shield, because you're going to get hit a lot more. The obvious way to get hit less so your recharge can come back up are block and evasion, although we don't know 100% how easy it is going to be to get that. But if we look at these nodes, one stands out as a very interesting one. Refocus. Increased energy shield recharge rate, cool. Chance for energy shield recharge to just start when you use a skill. Now, I might be overrating this, but this, in my opinion, is the craziest thing I've seen so far when it comes to cheesing recharge rate, because you can basically skip a lot of these points, which takes so much investment. And there is obviously the normal way to use it, which would just be, well, you're casting a lot anyways, you have a lot of cast speed or a lot of attack speed, and you're just naturally getting back your energy shield. One thing to note is there is no way to make it so energy shield can't be stopped. So if you start it and then you get hit again, it's probably going to stop again, unless there's some kind of unique item. There is a few supports and stuff like that, but it's not that important. In general, you're gonna have to kind of have your distance from enemies to make use of energy shield. One weird interaction I wanted to point out with the 10% chance to restart is Flame Blast. There probably gonna be more channeling skills. I wonder if, for example, if you just wanna real quickly restart your energy shield and you have like a second or something on the side, could you maybe spam Flame Blast, which has a ridiculously low cast time over and over, and it counts as a cast? I'm not really sure, but that might be something you want to throw into your build so you can kind of recover during a boss fight. There's also Covering Ward, which is chance for energy shield recharge to start when you block, which usually only activates when you're in the midst of things. So what could happen is you start it and then immediately you get hit again and it falls off. So I'm not 100% sure about this one. It seems okay, but I'm really going to look forward to Refocus. In general, I'm not 100% sure on what to think here because it seems too obviously good. And I think there will be some stuff that I missed or stuff that we don't know right now that will put energy shield down a peg. Then again, they said they didn't really balance too much for endgame. So maybe that is what they mean. Maybe it's just going to be like every build paths on top and just gets energy shield. I'm not sure at this point. In general, it's going to be a very interesting experiment. Then let's talk about Leech. It's kind of interesting how many Leech nodes we've seen so far, whether it be Mana Leech related, whether it be Life Leech related. We even have Valpect again, right? Life Leech is instant. Wow. You know what's absent, though, from the passive tree, at least as far as we know? Any source of Leech. In fact, the only sources of Leech we've seen so far are physical attack. Let that, like, sink in. We don't have any spell energy shield Leech. We don't have any spell Leech. No elemental Leech. No just elemental attack Leech. Anything like that, at least not that we know so far. The only thing we've seen is Vitality Siphon, which is 10% spell damage leechless life, which you have to go Blood Mage for. And we've seen physical attack damage. That is a support, and it's only like 3 or 2%. That is what we've seen so far. And on weapons, we've also seen mods, but they, as far as I know, are also only physical attack. So what the hell is going on there? I'm not really sure. A lot of people are planning out their monks right now, and I think they might potentially have a Rude Awakening unless they have it actually planned out. And with how much we got revealed from the passive tree, I think there would have been somebody like showing something. I'm pretty sure you're going to get them from uniques, very selective ones that maybe even have a downside. You're going to get them from other ascendancies, and it's going to be extremely scarce to actually get, and that's the way they're going to balance leech. Because yes, it seems kind of OP to have such efficient leech support, but is it actually? One thing I want to note is Ghost Reaver is not in the game anymore. No more Life Leech is Energy Shield Leech. Doesn't exist anymore. First up, Valpact cannot use Life Flask is actually quite a big deal now because you are forced into a Life Flask. And it's not like you have really good out-of-combat recovery unless you have like a lot of regen. So Valpact, while it looks really good, might not even be something you want. And a lot of these things, like for example, Overleech sounds really good. Life Leech effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. So you go to full life and it keeps leeching. It's kind of like a regen, so to speak. But you got to remember that leech instances are now only 1 second. That is a big deal. So out of combat leech, if you have a lot of support, is maybe going to be like 2 seconds. I guess one interesting thing to note, unless I misunderstand this note right here, Life Leech is 20% slower. I don't actually think that's a downside. That's probably going to be an upside, especially if you want to go metabolism, fast metabolism right here, because it actually spreads out the leech. Maybe I'm wrong and this actually reduces also a little bit of the amount of leech that you do, but I don't think so. I think it's actually going to make it a lot more cozy. Next up, we have cooldown, which is something you have not seen, or not much anyways, in Path of Exile 1, especially not on the passive tree. And this is now something that seems readily available, especially in the mercenary area, but also in other places on the tree. And I'm kind of split on this. Cooldown reduction in games is usually something that is either too strong or you don't take it. Usually it's just too strong and you're forced into taking it and pathing around it. So maybe Path of Exile 2 can kind of break that curse. But in general, there's some really interesting notes here. For example, Distracting Presence. Enemies in your presence have 10% reduced CDR. This might, well, make enemies a lot more digestible or maybe even brick them if they are weirdly programmed. Who knows? Skill effect duration on top of 12% and then also AoE down here. So it seems like they really want cooldown recovery to be efficient to take. Plus, we've also seen small CDR nodes which have 5% each. So I'm pretty sure if you want to, you can probably get 50-ish% in total. Then there's new nodes that synergize with grenades and crossbows. The thing I'm a little bit worried about with all of these, they look really good, right? Grenades have +1 proj, +1 cooldown use, and all of that. The thing I'm worried about is most people who played Mercenaries said it felt really bad early, and then once they got a few levels, it felt a lot better, like level 20, level 30. And I think that has to do with them taking these nodes, which makes me think these nodes are actually, like, everything's obviously balanced around you having this, but if it doesn't feel good before you get them, it's kind of weird that they force you into them, because a lot of these are just huge power spikes. They're not just like, oh, 30% increased damage with swords or like some attack speed. I mean, literally the first cluster bombs you get just doubles the amount of projectiles that you have. Some of these are just absolute no-brainers. Like, so I don't know what to think about these, but they're definitely very strong. And you will have to plan all your build around where they are. So if you're planning to play Mercenary and you don't want to look at some kind of data mine before, or maybe there's not even going to be one, who knows, open your passive tree before you put in points and see where some of these key nodes actually are and go straight to them. Then we have a few interesting melee nodes, mainly Aftershock support, which I've already seen on Ascendancies, but there's even more chance to get an Aftershock. It's basically you slam and then you get another boop afterwards, which can be quite nice, especially since you can apply more hits for more armor break, which is also a new thing, mostly for Fizz builds. And you have stuff like 60% increased damage with fully broken armor. Depending on how hard this is a very efficient node. And then you obviously have Giant's Blood, which I'm still a little bit confused by because it seems too good to be true. I wonder more and more if this attribute requirement is actually a lot more stingy than I give it credit for. But yes, you can dual wield 2 axes or maces or swords, or you can alternatively have one and a shield, which is probably going to be the thing that most people are going to go for. Although we do not currently know what the dual wield bonus is, so maybe. Then we have some minion nodes, which most of the ones that they've shown so far are actually defensive, with like a revive and extra defenses. Reduced reservations, obviously not defensive. They have shown the chance to inflict withered on hit, but it is interesting that they are leaning a little bit more towards defensiveness. Maybe that's just because the good minion damage nodes haven't been revealed yet, but you have to realize that there's no more cluster jewels in the game. That was the biggest source of minion damage that minion builds had in PoE 1. So where is that minion damage going to come from? Are there enough clusters to fill that out? Maybe it's going to come from gear. We don't know yet, but that is something that you potentially should be concerned with. Either way, though, I'm not going to speak on it too much because I'm not a minion expert. Something I am very familiar with, though, is poison. Poison is a weird thing to me. There's actually, by the way, there's another note that I couldn't find that has also can poison enemies an additional time. So we know that poison, per default, has only one stack that you can apply to an enemy. There is another one here and another notable. So we know so far you can get a maximum of 3. There's also support, so you can get 4. You can get Pathfinder and go to 8. So I don't know. So I did some math, and it in theory, I think poison should be really strong, but every single poison playthrough I've seen so far looks dreadful. So I'm not really sure what to think of this, whether it's like the people who played it didn't really know what to do because it is a little bit of a weird change to Path of Exile 1, or whether it's actually not as good as I give it credit for. I will definitely be looking out for Pathfinder, though, and if there is more poison support in the future. One thing I will say is that there is a new stat that's called Magnitude of Poison. I think these are outdated with effect. Magnitude of Poison, you can basically think of damage over time multiplier in Path of Exile 1, or basically just another more multiplier, right? So if you have 100% effect of poison or magnitude of poison, you just do double poison damage. Now, you could also not stack poisons and go low tolerance for a 1 poison build, where you just poison once and then you chill. But the payoff so far seems pretty low. There's no medium clusters like they were in Path of Exile 1, where you could just stack a bunch of low tolerance. Now, there's only this one payoff, at least as we know so far. So poison, is for me, personally, is a complete question mark until we know the itemization and the full ascendancies. Totems. We don't know a lot about it. One thing we do know is they nerfed Ancestral Bond. This used to be 50 spirit, but apparently now it changed to 100. Now, Ancestral Bond is utter garbage as it is currently, simply because you have to spend 200 spirit to get your first +1 totem, because it doesn't say every additional totem, it says every totem. So even the one that you would have anyways reserves 100 spirit. This is abysmal. You're losing so many opportunities with meta gems, with certain auras that you cannot use just because of it. However, Dreamcore in this video did actually mention that there are nodes on the tree that give you +1 to attack totems. So that will probably make up for it. But just forget Ancestral Bond exists until we know more about maybe Templar or something, or we get a spell totem support. So currently, other than Warbringer, I don't have too much faith in totems, but for all we know, this Ancestral Spirit might be really good. Maybe it scales the same way as the totems. Maybe you don't actually need minion damage. We're gonna have to see. With some of the more general stuff out of the way, let's look at some of the passives that I think will be very strong, or potentially strong for very niche builds. 20% more damage against heavy stunned enemies with maces just seems incredible, but we'll have to see first if maces are actually gonna be the two-hander of choice, because that very much depends on for the block. Just probably gonna be a no-brainer for a lot of builds. Also makes two-hander plus shield a lot more interesting than dual-wielding tool-handers. We have levitation, unaffected by enemy ground effects for 1 second after stepping on them. This could be potentially broken unless there's an internal cooldown that we don't know about. Think about it. You're kind of in a boss arena. There's like parts where there's dot ground, parts where there isn't. You step on it, you step off. You step on it, and you just never take damage because it's for 1 second, but if you step off it, it refreshes the... I don't know if that's actually going to work, but it's pretty big. Another thing to point out is there are actually +1 to level of certain skills. For example, Chaos, we've also seen Cold, so I'm assuming the same goes for Fire and Lightning. Then we have 35% chance for trigger skills to refund half of energy spent. So that means on average, for trigger, you get 17.5% of your energy back, which is basically this meter that fills up, and then once it's full, you trigger again. So it's going to make triggers easier. We don't exactly know how easy it will be to fulfill those conditions and how many you're going to be able to use. So completely depends on it, but I'm sure that if you use 2 or 3 triggers, could be just a no-brainer. One with the Storm, quarterstaff skills that consume power charges, or count as consuming an additional one. I'm pretty sure they want to make these skills really strong, these like combo skills. They know how clunky it is to set them up, so this is probably going to be really, really good. Just to note here, I do not think this works if you don't consume power charges, because some people have said that you're not going from 0 to 1. You would just go from 1 to 2. Then we have a lot of pen support, and you might be surprised by this, but you need to understand that pen doesn't go below 0 anymore. So pen is mostly something you spec in for bosses and high-res enemies, which is still worth it. If an enemy has 50% resistances, right, and you bring it all the way down to 0, that is double damage to it. So with how efficient these nodes are, I will assume that at least 4 to 6 or maybe 4 to 8 points of your damage will actually be allocated in these penetration nodes. Maybe less, we'll have to see. But you don't want to ever face a boss with 70 res and only have like 20 pen or something. That is not going to be a thing most likely. Whispers of Doom is very interesting, mostly because of how broken Blasphemy looks like right now. Now, if you don't know, this is Blasphemy right now. It's basically you reserve 30 spirit, which is like nothing, per curse. It sounds way too strong. You take Whispers of Doom, you get 1 additional curse, and you already have 2. So you go Temporal Chains and Feeble, you like have a super strong defensive setup for 60 spirit. It's almost too good to be true, so I will believe it when I see it. Then we have Psychic Fragmentation, which on average is 1 additional proj, 48% chance for that. So it's like a half of projectile, kind of notable, which is still extremely strong. As far as we know, most or maybe even all projectile skills do shotgun in this game. That is why you see a lot less access to it and a lot more punishing things. There's no GMP anymore. Lesser multiple projectile support has a way higher downside. Deadeye only gives you +1 projectile instead of +2. So I will assume this is just going to be an absolute no-brainer for projectile spell skills. Then we have Adamant Recovery and Ancient Aegis, and these really want me to go Armor, Energy Shield. Usually Evasion has better synergy because you're not getting hit as much, so your recovery starts easier. But Adamant Recovery, 40% of your armor also counts towards your recharge rate, which means if you have 200% armor, which seems pretty easy to get this patch, you're going to get 80% recharge. It could get even crazier and crazier with itemization. So this is potentially an absolute game changer. Aegis, I'm not 100% sure yet, simply because enemies seem to chunk more and there's less hordes of monsters that just do small hits to you. But if you're already like going for armor, energy shield, it's probably just a no-brainer. Then we have Unnatural Resilience, which is quite interesting. We don't have Righteous Fire right now, so we don't really know what this will do. We don't know if there's going to be full conversion, for example, where you just go full maximum fire res and then you convert all the other damage types to it. We don't know, so this could be broken. It could be worthless. We'll have to see. Grapnel, chance to pierce enemy. Projectiles have a chance to chain from terrain for any, like... I'm pretty sure this is going to be an anoint for a lot of spellcasters up on top because it does not specify attacks. That is going to be my personal prediction. Force of Nature, more pen seems very easily accessible. This is the only node that I've seen so far. With Ailment Threshold, which we don't really know what that's about, there doesn't seem to be any ailment immunity, so that might be quite spicy for energy shield builds. Blade Catcher seems bonkers. Defend with 200% of armor against crits and strength. 15 strength is nothing to scoff at. That is 3 traveling nodes. And then you're getting 200% armor whenever you need it the most. Seems like a no-brainer to me. Pain Attunement, I want to point out that this now counts for everything. It's not just for spells. So if you are on low life, you get 30% more crit damage, which also counts for attacks. So that might open some doors. And then the last 2, Core of the Guardian, gonna depend on how strong shields are, but 100% just seems kind of busted in terms of numericals. For any build, really, if you're there on the passive tree. And then Emboldened Avatar. This will really depend on how easy it is to get Electrocute. We have already seen unique gloves that enable you to get Electrocute, but per default, you actually don't get it. So that's an interesting one. Chance to shock, freeze buildup, just very efficient. And yeah, there's a lot more nodes where this came from. Once again, link will be down below in the description. There's a lot of just general damage, attack speed, accuracy, stuff like that. Nothing really to write home about. But yeah, hope you enjoyed the video. Just a lot of me rambling. But yeah, passive tree is one thing where I'm really looking forward to finally get my hands on it. Really hoping that we get ascendancies before the reveal. I know a lot of people don't want to get like spoilered and they don't want to get dynamite. I totally get that. But when it comes to ascendancies, I really want to know. Simply because, especially since you cannot change the ascendancy anymore, which they confirmed in Path of Exile 2, I just want to know what I get into. I don't want to like reroll at level 40 and find out what my nodes are there. That's the only thing where I'm like, I want to get spoilered. Everything else, I totally get it. But yeah, with that said, I'm online every day over on twitch.tv/PowerStrong. So if you want to check that out, link will be down in the description as well. And yeah, that's about it. Because I still don't have a slogan. See you next time.
just really good. So you're getting 40%, so it's not less damage, just reduced. Increase also sucks, but like what I'm saying is, this is gonna be, if your build's primarily got a lot of hero damage, like I mean, dude, what would Hoag be like with this? Imagine Hoag, bro. Hoag hit 6-link Hoag, homie. Oh my god, I'd rather blow my brains out than play Hoag. I don't even know Hoag's even in PoE 2. I hope it doesn't make it in. Fuck Hoag. I hate Hoag. But that would be broken. Or if you're making a mapping character, like, you know, Herald of Lightning with this, oh my god. Oh my god. Because you've got to remember as well, you can link up your Herald super easy now as well, because you got loads of extra links. And you got the new spirit mechanic.
I actually think this node is going to be incredibly useful for mapping. We know that Heralds are somewhat similar to PoE 1, providing a boost to the character and having some on-kill effects which are typically very good for clear. For example, Herald of Ash, which burns surrounding enemies based on overkill damage. This node will improve those on-kill effects whilst making your own damage a bit weaker. However, it's very possible that we end up getting some unique items to make Heralds more single-target focused, changing how their effects proc or something similar, so look out for that.
You gotta look like this, right, as well. Like, if you just primarily damage, it's like, you could look at it like this. You could just go 200 minus 40, bro. And then do the maths. Quick maths, 160 increased net. You know? Providing you're mainly doing hero dam. Even if you look at the downside.
This node. Check out this one, Cull the Hordes.
And then the maths.
25% increased culling strike threshold.
What the fuck? Oh, shit. Slayer main, bro. Slayer's dead. Slayer's dead. Wait, I wonder, would Slayer cull scale with this if they put Slayer? I don't think Slayer's going to make the cut. I'm going to be honest, chat. I don't think Slayer's making it into the cut. I don't see Slayer coming into the game. But yeah, whoa, yeah. Yeah, you got fucking Merc, dude, though. Merc with this. 12 to 12.5. Yeah, it depends. Can you increase that further?
In a previous video, I speculated that culling strike threshold may be a stat in PoE 2 after the change to this mechanic from PoE 1. In PoE 2, culling strike is based on monster rarity, 30% for normal, 20% for magic, 10% for rare, and 5% for unique. This node would act as a multiplier on those thresholds. For example, magic monsters would now...
Wait, what? Only 5% culling unique, bro? Because you don't even want it on trash mobs, bro. The only thing you want cull on is on a boss, and then...
Make time for love. To
as exactly the tag of minion. They probably just interact with minions in some way, or reserve your spirit and summon something, or buff minions directly. If it's minion themed, it's in this video. So without further ado, let's get into the first category that I deemed necessary to categorize in this video, which is the skeletal minion tag. You'll see as we go through these these 8 skill gems that we have, that they all they're themed around skeletal minions, and I felt like they'll probably add to the skeletal tag, so I wanted to make it its own category and then go over them accordingly. These are kind of all minions that are themed around like the horde playstyle or the create a bunch of dudes playstyles. All of these are categorized alphabetically, by the way, within their own tiers. Tier 3 spell, which I believe requires level 5 to be utilized. That's what I see this as. This is tier 3. If you don't know anything about the skill gem system in PoE 2, they're doing a like uncut gems drop, and they drop from different tiers of skills. You have like skill tier 1 would be like very basic skills. Skill tier 2 would be like level, a step above that. And then I think it goes all the way up to tier 5. Could be incorrect about that, but these skill gems are going to drop as item rewards from monsters that you slay throughout the axe. You're going to pick them up and you're going to cut them or chisel them into a specific skill that you want. So if you drop any skill, uncut skill tier 3 gem, you'll be able to chisel it into a skeletal arsonist minion skill gem and then start leveling it as early as level 5, I believe. No, the skill gem, maybe it starts at level 5 and it requires level 14 and 34 intelligence to use. That's how I'm reading this. It reserves 37 spirit. I assume this is per arsonist, so one arsonist will cost you 37 spirit reservation. If you don't know about how the spirit reservation or the general summoning systems work in this game, I am actually going to link a full video below. Believe it's about 9 minutes of the more recent PoE 2 official gameplay reveal for the Witch, which goes over all of the summoning mechanics. Like I said, it's about 9 minutes long. Thank you to GGG for letting me use your guys' direct footage. Yeah, I'm going to link that video, which explains the summoning mechanics. But if you want a brief overview or recap of that video, I'm going to give it now. In PoE 2, summoning works differently. Very rarely do you directly cast a summoning spell. What happens more often is you have, with all of the skills that are associated, or with most of, I should say, I'll clarify, most of the skills that have some kind of summoning mechanic oriented to them, they will have a reservation cost of a certain amount of spirit associated with them. Spirit, I believe, is what's used to reserve either, it's like replacing the old mana reservation system. You can either reserve a set amount of spirit for auras, I think, or for minions. As I understand, they kind of occupy the same thing, and you will not use mana to directly summon minions anymore. That being said, when minions die and revive, because they auto-revive in this game, I don't believe they cost mana to revive. And it says here there's a cast time. I believe this cast time is for the bomb-throwing ability. The actual summoning of the minions also happens automatically. So if I'm understanding those mechanics correctly, that you don't ever spend mana to summon the things that you're summoning, that they reserve a set amount of spirit and auto-resummon when they die after a set period of time, that you can also modify. As I understand, there are skills and items in this game that actually say faster minion respawn timer. Those two mechanics alone make summoning minions very powerful in PoE 2. In PoE 1, just automating your summoning process is something that if you could do for a build would be insane. Some auto-bombers did do this in PoE 1 as a part of, like there's some auto-summoning builds in PoE 1 that summon a minion and maybe the minion pops or it does a set amount of damage and that's how they clear. And those builds are feels good to play because you're just running through the maps. You never have to click an offensive button. You can focus exclusively on defense, just dodging around, shield charging around defensively, and your minions will kill things and auto summon themselves. And it just feels super good to play. It seems to be the case that in PoE 2, that is how minions work as well. And that means I'm very interested in playing minions. They're going to have basically an entirely automated play style. And it also, if I understand those mechanics to work as they do, as I've just explained them, as they're explained in the video that I'll be linking, it calls into question some of other minions and minion supports, namely minions like this, that have some sort of support or heal oriented to them. But we'll get to the cleric when we get to it. Let's go over the actual skeletal arsonist finally, now that we've gotten those disclaimers out of the way and explained the basic summoning mechanics in PoE 2. So the skeletal arsonist, like I said, skill gem tier 3, you're going to be getting this pretty early on in the axe or having access to it if you have a an uncut skill gem drop and you make your decision to unlock these bad boys. They have a special ability which allows them to throw bombs and actually detonate your other minions for a set amount of damage. That has a cooldown associated with it. I believe in the gameplay trailers that we've seen, it actually seems more active.
But they also have a command skill that can detonate your own minions that are low on life. When you see the red indicator, use the skill and the minion will go boom. It's particularly nice on these bone constructs because they expire quickly anyway.
It seems like they will target your minions and your minions will like turn red, and then you will have the option of whether or not to detonate them. So it seems like this will be something that won't be as automated, but looks like it has the potential to do a crap ton of damage. As you see here, detonates an ally's minion whose current life is below a threshold, dealing heavy damage. Okay, so actually, based off that wording, and I'm just going to go based off the wording over gameplay footage that we've seen, because wording seems to make so much more sense to me. If the wording is to be trusted, it looks like actually this process will be automated and based on the condition that you have other minions that are really low HP near it. So pretty easy to set up with Summon Raging Spirits if Raging Spirits works similarly to how it does in PoE 1. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't, spoiler alert. But any kind of minion that drains its life naturally will be useful, it seems like, as a sort of a combo minion for Skeletal Arsonist, especially if that minion can be tanky and hopefully like a kind of a brute or like a melee style minion, because these minions seem like they're backline oriented, like they throw. I've seen gameplay footage of them. They seem like they are the range type minion, and I'm not trying to say that's going to mean that they're squishy, because as it turns out in PoE 2, or sorry, as it turns out in PoE 1, I would not be surprised if it's the same way in PoE 2. Your minions are often way tankier than your player character is. The only downside is they are very stupid and often just stand or face tank mechanics. But it's not uncommon for your minions in PoE 1 with just moderate investment to have like 4 or 5 times your health at any given moment in time, and like 20 times your effective HP, with how easy it is to stack things like max res on minions. There's like a mastery that gives them 8% max res just for free. So, well, not for free, but for mastery. But so yeah, these minions seem squishy. They seem like they're just based off the gameplay that I've seen from them, but they do seem like they do a good chunk of damage and have the ability to do a crap ton of damage if you want to play a combo-oriented army, which seems like it will be sort of the meta, at least for the beginning of PoE 2's lifespan. I see a lot of players orienting themselves towards playing minions, kind of like a mini RTS, where army composition is going to be key. And I only say that because comboing your minions with other minions seems like it's integral to making the most out of the archetype. We're going to see that the more we get into it. By the way, I'm going to try to keep my opinions to somewhat of a minimum moving forward. We've got Skeletal Brute as the next minion type that is available in the pool. This one has a much heftier spirit cost reservation. As you can see, about 9 more, which does scale per minion. So like if you want to have 2 Skeletal Brutes, that's going to be 46 times 2. Just keep that in mind. It also has a much higher tier and a little bit of a higher level that the skill gem will drop on. It also requires a much higher level from you, level 33 as opposed to level 14, and a bit of a heftier int cost as well. These things seem pretty automatic, no like added skill to them, in a la the Arsonist that you know, has its own crit chance and cooldown associated with it. These things just seem like their base text here is what we take them off. They summon hard-hitting, reviving skeletal brutes that can stun primed enemies. So they have that stun tag associated with them, meaning that to me, if you want to use these against especially boss types to trigger their stun gauge, that seems like it would be a pretty good idea. But yeah, this would be maybe the tankier combo type minion that I would assume you'd use with a skeletal arsonist. Anyways, moving on to the skeletal cleric, we have tier 13 witch, level 13. Reservation cost 14 spirit, so not nearly as high as the other two that we've seen. Seems like you can get a few of these guys out no problem. But this kind of goes into the first, I don't want to spam my opinion here, but the first sort of problematic minion. Because as you see, small reservation cost, high tier skill gem, it is going to have a high level requirement to get these things on the floor. You're not going to be seeing these things until I predict like Act 5 or Act 6 or something like that. But when you do start using them, these are basically going to be minions that revive your minions and heal your minions and also give them resistances. The resistances make some amount of sense to me, but healing and reviving your other minions doesn't really make sense to me. And really, when I think about it, resistances kind of also doesn't make too much sense, because minions, as we established in PoE 2, revive on their own and do that for free. There's no resource cost associated with them, meaning you're not really incentivized, it feels like, to care about your minion survivability unless the cooldown in between minions resummoning themselves after they've died is massive. If that's like a minute, then I could see you suddenly caring about their survivability. But if if it's not massive, then and that kind of seems like I'm answering my own question. Like, it's going to be a very long cooldown. You're going to feel punished for losing your minions in fights. But from everything I've seen, in the direction that they're going with minions, to turning them into a very like automated thing that you configure once before you hop into any map with your with the table that they give you of, like, you know, tick tick tick, I want to have 2 brutes, I want to have 1 cleric, I want to have 5 skeletal warriors. You configure that, go into a map, and then never touch minion skill ever again throughout the map, unless you're using things like Detonate Dead. But even then you're only using Detonate Dead. You're not using you're not summoning minions and then detonating them that way. It doesn't really seem like investing into minions that are going to reserve your spirit and therefore hurt the overall effectiveness of your army because you could have had a different minion instead. It doesn't seem like investing into clerics or supportive type minions seems to make a lot of sense to me. Again, unless that cooldown in between your minions' lives is massive. In which case, I think I'd rather just like, would I invest into a minion? Maybe you'd have like one cleric that could heal your entire army in between packs. Or like I'd invest into minion leech. I don't know. We'll see. It's always been hard for GGG to balance the minion that exists solely to heal yourself and other minions archetype. And this thing doesn't even look like it would heal you. It seems like it's only going to heal other minions based on the text. So I really don't know the purpose of the Skeletal Cleric unless it's going to be like giga bonkers overpowered, which honestly, it's probably going to be, just because GGG is definitely aware that like Rejuvenation Totem is a pretty weak archetype, or Specters that heal you are pretty weak in PoE 1. So we'll see what they do with that minion. Moving on to the Skeletal Frost Mage, we have reservation cost very hefty. This is at 50 nearly. Reservation cost 49 spirit. That is the highest that we've seen, even higher than the Brute. Level 5 skill gem and tier 5, you're gonna have access to these things as early as level 14. They do seem very powerful from a damage dealing perspective, as you see the base damage there of what appears to be one of their spells, 28 to 43, 100% more effective chill. So these things are gonna be slowing things down like nobody's business. And if we just compare that, this is almost as much damage base as, actually it's a little bit more damage, but it says deals additional. So like, the damage that these things do with their special that is, you know, only 6-second cooldown, doesn't kill your other minions. The base damage for this ability is almost as much as the base damage for these guys' special ability, which blows up your minions. So the Skeletal Frost Mage, I think these things will carry you through the early game. Definitely something you're going to want to look at as a staple for your army, probably just all throughout. This will probably be like a bread and butter for early late game builds. Just investing into your Skeletal Frost Mage, making it powerful, probably going some crit-oriented playstyle with them. We'll see. Maybe we will. There's a curse that I might not have included in this list that is definitely, it definitely is kind of associated with the minion playstyle. Gazzy's talked about it. I believe it is called Despair. That you can cast on things and it increases their crit vulnerability from every source. So maybe you'll be playing around with that curse and this minion archetype. But yeah, the Skeletal Frost Mage definitely seems like a powerful addition to the PoE 2 minion roster, and I'm excited to see what players do with this, especially with their special ability that has a 12% base crit chance. That's massive.
The 2024 Chevrolet Equinox EV front-wheel drive, Canada's most affordable EV that has an estimated range of 500 plus kilometers on a full charge, and a potential 5,000.
Then we move on to the Skeletal Reaver. This is going to be a, we're going to require a level 27 Witch, or not Witch, but just level 27. A tier 9 skill gem that I think spawns in at level 7, and then you level it up from there. It has a base ability, summons aggressive, reviving skeletal reavers that can enrage on command. That enrage has a 4-second cooldown, but when it's used, it enrages all skeletal reavers, so it seems like they'll all have this activate at the same time. And yeah, this is what I'm going to assume will be kind of associated with the first combo of the skeletal minions comboing with one another. You got the Skeletal Arsonist and the Skeletal Reaver for the minion that loses life over time, does more damage as a result, and then once its life hits a certain threshold, aka 15%, your Skeletal Arsonist can blow them up for even more damage. And again, these things enrage themselves. They gain rage every time they hit things with this ability up. And so if you don't know about rage, which I assume works, I shouldn't even assume. It works similarly to how it works in PoE 2. Rage is a mechanic that gives you basically like increased everything. Increased move speed, attack speed, cast speed, and I think just melee damage or attack damage. Like you get more attack damage per rage, or maybe it's just attack and cast speed. But it's a really good stat to get, especially on melee creatures like these bad boys. So them attacking quickly, I've seen these things before. I'll probably show a picture. These are the dual scythed minions. They have like 2 axes, it looks like, and they hit things quickly and they run towards things quickly. So these things look really badass, and you're gonna have access to them at a relatively early level. I'm predicting like Act 2, maybe late Act 2, early Act 3. You'll probably have access to the Skeletal Reavers. Then we next have the Skeletal Sniper. This is the most reservation cost we've seen, and it's not even close, like, actually this time, right? Previously, that mantle was held by the Skeletal Frost Mage, but we just amped that up by another 41 spirit with these skeletal snipers. So definitely this will be like a defining element of your army, right? Your skeletal sniper is not something that I don't predict you will be flexing these things in as just like a casual, like, oh yeah, we just threw a few snipers in there. Like, no, these things are, they cost an insane amount of spirit to throw even just one of them in, such that if you throw one of them in, it's probably pretty integral to your strategy in one way or another. And we see how some of the ways in which that might take shape in the form of apparently a gas arrow that they have the ability to throw or shoot. It's going to have an 8-second cooldown. It's going to do a bit, it's going to fire out quickly, I believe, attack speed 120% of base, but the damage is going to be less. I'm assuming that just mostly means that the projectile will travel pretty quickly to its target, certainly quicker than it would if it was normally firing that out. This is probably a consistency thing, and it does less base damage, probably because of the poisonous gas that's associated with it. And let's read. Rains an arrow down from above, creating a cloud of flammable poisonous gas where it lands. Shoot an arrow that'll spread some gas all around, and then you can use a detonator skill. The cloud will detonate if hit by a detonator skill or if ignited by an enemy that is ignited touches it, creating a fiery explosion. Detonator skills are going to be any of a number of skills that they will in some way, shape, or form trigger something. It's its own skill archetype. I'm really excited to see how this plays out with this sort of launch a gas pool at something and then have a fire type minion activate or proc that in some way, or just ignite an enemy and have that thing run through it. It seems like it could be clunky, but if it's not clunky, if this really does work in the exact way that they're going to, kind of setting it up to work, I'm excited to see how this does play out in the grand scheme of things. Then next we have the Skeletal Storm Mage. It's a tier 11, level 11 minion that's going to reserve 42 spirit, and it's going to require level 41. So sort of a mid-game kind of thing, I'm predicting. Summons reviving skeletal storm mages that call down a lightning storm on dead skeletons on command. As you can see, this is a 5-second cooldown, but a 10% base crit chance with a rather hefty cast time of 2 seconds. Something that I would predict you'd need to set up for. This ability is going to take a bit of time to lock onto its target, so you're going to probably want to have something to tank the enemy mob, or just some kind of like setup for these things to get their ability off, or maybe something else to clear with, because that is a very long time for an explosion to happen. I'm going to say 2 seconds it feels like an eternity when you're trying to clear maps efficiently with cast times like that. But as you can see, the payoff is pretty darn significant. The damage is insane. We've got lightning bolts strike all fallen skeletons in the area, creating shock ground around them. That deals 74 to 418 lightning damage. It's absolutely massive base damage to scale. Bolt explosion radius is 1.8 meters. Shocked ground radius is 1.8 meters, and it lasts for 6 seconds. So as you can see, the cooldown overlaps with the duration of the shock. And I've seen shock kind of works differently in PoE 2. It seems to be associated with your stun meter. So this seems like it would be definitely good for a like boss type encounter. Definitely good for an unleashing a huge flurry of damage. You have 3 or 4 of these things in your army, and they're going to be bolting down over 1,000 damage every 5 seconds, every 7 seconds ish, and it's going to be doing massive stun damage. Yeah, just set these things up, you know, get them some kind of tank, or maybe be the face tank yourself so these things aren't getting destroyed, and watch them mow down your hordes of enemies. They seem very powerful. Next we have the Skeletal Warrior, and this just seems like your generic meat of your army, the sort of the meat and bones, so to speak, you know, pun intended, I guess. Just some face tank dude to get in the way, because it's a tier 1 skill gem that will start at leveling at level 6. You're going to reserve 20 spirit per Skeletal Warrior. Kind of a late level cost there. It's usually level 21. You're going to have to figure out a way, as I've noticed, from all of these summoning skill gems, even the earliest ones that we've seen, the Skeletal Arsonist. You're going to have to find a way, and the Skeletal Frost Mage. You're just going to have to find a way to get to get to accessing these skill gems. It's not like in PoE 1. I guess unlike the skeletal, unless we're talking about the skeletal sniper, which is actually available to you as early as level 1. All other summon skill gems in this game that we've seen so far seem like you're gonna have to find a way to get to level 10 or level 20 or level 30 to access me. You're not gonna just be able to use summons to get to this summon. Your skeletal sniper seems like he's going to be there with you from the very get-go if you want to play a purely oriented playstyle. I don't want to do damage to anything. I want other things killing things for me as early as when I load into the game, pick up a skeletal sniper and go to town. Yeah, but that besides the point. That kind of, with that synopsis of the skeletal warrior, we round out all of the skeletal category. I want to go on to the other summons category, which is basically just anything that doesn't have the skeletal prefix but seemed like it was a summon, has a reservation cost or is literally called minion. So I guess first up we have the Bind Spectre skill gem. This is, as you see, level tier 7, level 8 skill gem that you'll start leveling it at. Has a bit of a cast time to it. This is one of the few deliberate point click you cast a spell and at 3 seconds it seems like hopefully the fight is over, or if it's in the middle of a boss fight, you're finding an area or a pocket of time to cast this of safety, because a 3-second cast time definitely sets this apart from the Raise Spectre skill gem that we saw in PoE 1 that's been with us for so long, that basically has like a 0.5-second cast time. So this is Bind Spectre, and it basically works the exact way that PoE 1's Raise Spectre does, where you just capture the essence or spirit of a defeated monster and you summon it to your army. Interestingly enough, it doesn't say a reservation cost for spirits here, but I was, and I'll probably link the, in that gameplay footage that I link down below, Jonathan Rogers goes over how each Spectre will have its own reservation cost specific to the Spectre. So you can't just raise infinite Spectres. I believe you can only raise one, and per Spectre gem is the Spectre tied to it, kind of like in PoE 1. And that Spectre will reserve the amount of spirit that the GGG has determined each Spectre that we'll have available to us will reserve. And you can have multiple gems, you can have multiple Spectres, but they'll all have their own spirit reservation cost and could be hefty, if you have too many crazy juiced up Spectres. I guess I don't know if I covered this, but also requires level 33. Similar to in PoE 1, it's not an early game thing. This is definitely like an Act 3, Act 4 kind of thing. So you're gonna have to, again, common theme, you're gonna have to find a way to get to Act 3 before you get to start playing around with Spectres. Raging Spirits. This is definitely the first big departure from something that we saw in PoE 1. It's going to be totally different in PoE 2. This is not just new content, this is changed content, a side grade perhaps, if you will. Raging Spirits is now a buff. It is a minion buff and is fire associated with. We got minion fire duration is one of the tags, and persistent is another one of their tags. It's a tier 4, level 5 skill gem. With a 30 spirit reservation cost. And what it looks like it'll do is reserve your spirit, and then while you are reserving any amount of spirit towards the Raging Spirits, any and all of your fire spells will summon the Raging Spirits, presumably an amount that you designate. So if you have like 120 spirit reserved, you will be able to summon up to 4 Raging Spirits every time you use fire spells. And they will probably, I've seen gameplay footage of them, they kind of look similar to how they do in PoE 1. They're flaming skulls that rush towards your enemies. They attack them rapidly. They don't directly engage with minions in the same way that like every other minion type does. So they don't really have a hitbox, and other minions don't, like enemy minions won't aggro onto them. I don't think they can taunt enemies, but nevertheless, they do have a crap ton of damage that they do as fire damage that you can scale as physical damage, just like in PoE 1. They have a short duration of 4 seconds, just like in PoE 1. You can only have 10 of them. That's an interesting cap to put on the Raging Spirits. And then also they have an area spell. Fire area spell summons a spirit per 1.5 meters of radius. That's a condition for your fire spells that will summon them. projectiles from fire spirits, from fire spells, summon a spirit on hit. Okay, that's so if you're using like a projectile like fireball or something like that, and then maximum of 5 spirits summoned per spell cast. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so you're not gonna, I mean, you can get the horde going quickly if you have like a fireball and a lot of cast speed. You're just poof poof. You know, you got 10 raging spirits right there if it's an area type fire spell. I mean, fireball is an area spell, right? So, yeah. Interesting change to Raging Spirits. It's going to be interesting to see, especially when we data mine their damage and see, like, are they still the top dog minion? Are they still, you know, something that you can use to shred through the axe if you're willing to just, I don't know, equip Fireball and just reserve Spirit? Very interesting to see the changes to Summon Raging Spirits. Then we got Raise Zombie. This is definitely a change as well to the zombies that we know and love from PoE 1, but really, admittedly, not that much of a change. As you can see, it's a spell, a duration-based spell that I believe similar to in PoE 1. I don't think zombies were permanent in PoE 1. You can correct me on that if I'm wrong. Actually, I think they are permanent in PoE 1. It's skeletons that are not permanent in PoE 1. Zombies are permanent. So that's the first big change. Second big change is that, well, this isn't really a change, but it's a flow breaker from a lot of the other minions. These do actually have a mana cost, and they don't have a spirit reservation cost. That is the same as PoE 1, but that is interesting because that is not the same as any other minion that we've seen so far in PoE 2. So just note that raised zombies are minions that have a time associated with them and a duration associated with them. They do not have a spirit cost. Not one that we can see, at least on their character chart. And as you see, they're also a pretty early game minion. They actually do come online at level 12 with a relatively minor or probably insignificant int cost of 25. And then this is another change. Consumes a corpse or a power charge. Corpse, that was the same. Power charge is an interesting aspect to this. You can now use power charges to create zombies and other minions too, presumably. Probably in the future. And when you create them with power charges, they're going to be empowered. They're going to have bonus stats. So you can have a limit of 10 raised zombies. They last for 20 seconds. They seem like they're just going to hit really freaking hard. I don't know. I've seen some gameplay footage of them. I don't know the numbers, but they seem like minions that you summon similar to skeletons pre 3.19, pre-Calandra League. These seem like old skeletons where they're going to come out and they're just going to smack things, especially if you make them with power charges. Again, I'm trying to keep my opinions to a minimum here, but I'm just reading these. It seems like zombies are going to be very beefy boys. Zombie lovers, you Baron enjoyers out there, rejoice. Because especially empowered zombies take 30% less damage. They deal 100% more damage with hits. That's insane. And then they have a 25% move speed boost as well. That's crazy. We have another raised zombie skill gem here. This one looks interesting too because it has a like level. It's showing it could be from level 1 to 20. It's probably just like the full breadth of the raised zombie skill gem here. They're just trying to show its leveling, its like scaling capabilities. I guess this is just some like added info on the raised zombie skill gem, and this shows that it's a spell minion with the minion tag. This one is a minion with the spell and duration tag. But again, this just seems like the full breadth of the skill gem. I will say, interestingly, there's 2 different cast times. And if you read this, they actually have 2 different descriptions. This raises a zombie from a corpse, which will follow you and attack enemies with melee strike. I'm going to assume, actually, that this is like an older playtest version of the skill gem. Perhaps from... Oh, no, this says PoE 1. This is PoE 1. That's interesting. Well, and again, we haven't seen that for any other... Like, not even Raging Spirits, which does have a PoE 1 counterpart. Interesting. Okay, anyways. Next, we move on to Summon Row Amount. Now, this is a really interesting one because we've seen a bit, like a very small amount of gameplay footage. I think I've seen a small amount of gameplay footage from this. Or maybe not. I was under the impression that a certain Ascendancy will have access to this ability. The Summon Wolf spell, which is a minion skill gem, level 12 that you'll start leveling it at, has a actual cost associated with it with respect to mana and reservation. That's very interesting. No timer though, so very weird skill gem here. I'm interested to see how the Summon Wolf works. I think we've seen some footage of it, but I haven't heard these inconsistencies of like having a reservation cost associated with spirit and a mana cost and no timer. I haven't heard this explained. It does have a strength cost as well. It's interesting. That's the first minion skill gem that we've seen with any kind of non-ant requirement. And it has a 0.65 second cast time. It also seems like these things will be, maybe they'll just have a higher base crit chance by themselves as minions, but they also have a howl type ability that is like a, sort of like that curse that I was talking about earlier. It's going to make crits against other enemies that are nearby, near to the wolf, more likely. So a support type minion is what I'm seeing here. If it's not just a super strong minion too, like I said, I think it'll have a higher crit chance. I could be completely wrong about that. Then we have Unearth. We have seen gameplay footage of this. Unearth works way differently than it did in PoE 1 because Unearth actually summons minions now and not just corpses. And those minions seem like they're really good fodder minions, like good for Detonate Dead, and also minions that can combo with other spells. We've seen, it's not listed here at all in the text, but we saw gameplay footage in the video that I linked of Jonathan Rogers, I think using a curse. I think it was Despair or like Enfeeble or something. I think it was actually Contagion. He's using Contagion, and Contagion affects the bone constructs as well. I don't know if Contagion is a meta skill or if Unearth just has missing text here, but we saw that combination possible in the gameplay footage, but it's not listed here in this text. Speaking of the text, let's go over it. Insanely high crit chance. These are minions that have AoE, physical, and duration tags. Tier 1 skill gem that's going to be level 1. It has a mana cost associated with it, no spirit cost associated with it, so you can really get a horde going. Just to quote the gameplay footage directly. Jonathan Rogers said that this is definitely the type of minion that you can spam a lot of. They have a insane crit chance, like I mentioned, 15% crit chance, and then raises spikes of bone from earth in front of you, damaging enemies. The bones of corpses in the area are ripped out and reassembled into short-lived bone construct minions that fight for you. Deals 4 to 6 fizz, and then you can have a limit of 8. They last for 12 seconds. And the cone of the ability is 6 meters, so it's kind of like a ground slam type ability that you fling out. It looked like a slightly defensive move, actually. It looked like it changed the terrain of areas in front of you when I was seeing gameplay footage of it. But either way, this is the other spell text that we have for Unearth. I believe this is from PoE 1 because it says PoE 1 up there. This is the level 1 to 20, mana cost associated with it, crit strike chance, and again, this is not something that is in PoE 1. PoE 1 does not actually have an Unearth that has crit and damage associated with it. In PoE 1, all Unearth does is summon corpses and apply chaos damage over time, which is why I don't know why this says PoE 1, but either way. Effectiveness of added damage, 140. Fires a projectile that will pierce through enemies to impact the ground at the targeted location, creating a bone archer corpse where it lands. So yeah, I don't know if this was like an earlier playtest version of the ability, but either way, that is Unearth, and this is the more recent version of the skill that I was aware of. So just letting you aware of that. Moving on to the offering type spells, we have Bone Offering, which is a minion spell that has the tags spell, buff, duration, AoE, and physical. Tier 11 witch spell that is a skill gem starting at level 11, and a hefty mana cost at 67. Interestingly enough, has a crit strike chance associated with it. If you know anything about offering spells, I find that to be interesting. You probably do too. And it impales a skeleton on a bone spike to shield your minions while the spike remains. So I assume this is this is why I categorized all the skeletal minions in their own category. It needs to target a skeletal type minion. It can't just be a raging spirit or any minion, or a row amount or a wolf or something. It has to be a skeleton. And when you do that, I think this is why I don't understand the crit chance. I think it just instantly kills the skeleton. I don't think it does like damage to the skeleton. Gameplay footage I've seen of this shows that it just like instantly stabs the skeleton.
With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage.
That's a lot of damage.
And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock.
No, that's a lot of damage.
We're just 6 days out from the launch of PoE 2's early access on December 6th. In this video, I thought it would be interesting to take a look through the character sheet to show which stats will appear here, and how much of an improvement it is from PoE 1's character sheet. But also, by going through my footage from the LA event, I've been able to collect information for all of the stats that I had from gear and from the passive skill tree, which means I've been able to essentially reverse engineer a bunch of base character stats, such as how much life and mana you start with, and how much is gained per level, but also stats such as the base mana regeneration percentage and base energy shield recharge rate. So here we are with some of my footage from LA. Let's go over the character sheet first to show layout and what information can be found here. Now, immediately you can see how much of an improvement the character sheet is in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1. All of the stats are found on the same sheet without the need for additional tabs, and some of the basic stats that are going to be a bit more important for an average character, like life, mana, or basic defense types, are listed at the top in their own sections. You can mouse over each of these sections and you'll get a simple description of that stat. So we have Spirit, ongoing skills such as buffs or minions reserve Spirit. Here's mana, most skills cost mana to use, slowly regenerates over time. We'll get onto that in a moment in a bit more detail. Then there's Energy Shield, protects life by taking damage instead, rapidly recharges if you don't lose ES for a short time. Chaos damage removes twice as much ES, and damage from bleeding and poison bypasses ES to remove life directly. And there's life, if you drop to 0 life, you die of course. And here's the description for armor. Now, just like in PoE 1, we're getting an estimated physical reduction here, which I'm not a big fan of because it can be very misleading. But how this estimation works is that it takes your total armor and puts it against a basic physical hit of a normal monster at your character level to calculate how much mitigation you'd get against that hit. And this is the result of that calculation right here, 33% PDR. The issue with this type of estimation is that armor doesn't provide a fixed amount of mitigation, as it's stronger against smaller hits and much weaker against bigger hits. Moving on to evasion now, and we have essentially the same type of thing going on here with the estimated evade chance. It's putting your evasion rating against an average monster's accuracy rating at your character level to determine evade chance. It's also stated here that evasion grants a chance to avoid enemy strikes or projectiles. And then we have block chance, which is listed a lot more prominently in the PoE 2 character sheet compared to PoE 1, which I'm a big fan of. Chance to block incoming projectiles and strikes, causing them to deal no damage. And it says here that some larger and more dangerous enemy attacks cannot be blocked. We know that those larger abilities will be telegraphed with a red flash, and they typically have long wind-ups too. And I think that this disclaimer here about the hits that can't be blocked should also be added to the evasion description, as we know that those same hits will be unavailable by default as well. Next up, there's the resistance tooltips. These all read the same except for their specific resistance type. You take this much less damage, negative values cause you to take more damage instead, and maximum resistance is capped at 75% by default and cannot be higher than 90%. So no changes there mechanically from PoE 1. The percentage on the left is your capped resistance, and the percentage in brackets is uncapped resistance. Now, scrolling down, there's a more detailed breakdown for each of the stats shown at the top, and some extra information here like regeneration. At the bottom of the character sheet here, there's some new sections which we don't have in PoE 1. Stun, ailments, damage avoidance, damage taken, damage redirection, and reflected damage. I think both stun and ailments will list specific defenses that you have for those types, such as increased stun threshold or reduced duration of ignite on you, for example. Damage avoidance will list any specific modifiers that grant you a chance to avoid a damage type from hits. Damage taken will list all of the modifiers you have which impact the damage that you take, such as Fortify for less hit damage taken or Shock for increased damage taken. Damage redirection will list modifiers for damage taken as, which makes you take the damage of one type as another type, such as the modifier on Cloak of Flame. Lastly, we have reflected damage, which should be listing any modifiers that you have to reduce reflected damage taken. Okay, so that's the character sheet in PoE 2, but what information can we decipher from this sheet? I went through all of my footage to collect information about all of the stats that I was gaining from gear and from the passive skill tree at the time of this character sheet screenshot. And with that information, I was able to calculate a bunch of stats. Let's look at attributes first. We know that in PoE 1, each class has their own allocation of starting attributes, and it looks like it's going to be the same in PoE 2. From both gear and the passive tree, I had no intelligence modifiers, but I had plus 15 to dexterity and plus 45 to strength. So the warrior's starting attributes therefore must be 15 strength, 7 dexterity and 7 intelligence. Next, let's look at life. On this screenshot I have 440 life on a level 20 character. I also have 60 strength, and we know that in PoE 2, each point of strength grants 2 maximum life. My gear had a total of plus 44 to maximum life, and I had no life modifiers on the passive skill tree. 60 strength is 120 maximum life, so by removing the added life from gear and strength, we end up with 276 life. Now, we know that in PoE 1, each character has the same amount of starting base life and mana, which is then added to any of those stats that they gain from their attributes, and they also gain an amount of flat life and mana per level up. So a level 20 character would have 19 instances of life gained from leveling up, and with that information, from 276 life, we can arrive at the base starting life of 48 with 12 life gained per level for every class, which would mean that with a warrior's 15 starting strength factored in, they'd start with 78 life in total. Okay, what about mana? I had 167 mana on a level 20 character. I also had 7 intelligence, and we know that each intelligence point grants 2 maximum mana. My gear had a total of plus 43 to maximum mana, and I had no mana modifiers on the passive skill.
You cracked the case. And all the while, you were soaking in the bath. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
Tree. 7 intelligence is 14 maximum mana, so by removing the added mana from gear and intelligence, we end up with 110 mana. And from there we can arrive at a base starting mana of 34, with 4 mana gained per level for every class. Which would mean that with a warrior's 7 starting intelligence factored in, they'd start with 48 mana in total. Now, mana also has a base percentage of regeneration, which is 1.8% in PoE 1, but it appears to be significantly higher in PoE 2. With my 167 mana, I had 8.2 mana regenerated per second, and I only had one modifier to mana regeneration, which was this one on my amulet, 23% increased mana regeneration rate, which means that the base regeneration rate for mana in PoE 2 is 4%. I would guess that this is higher because modifiers that add to the base regeneration rate will be either extremely rare or possibly even non-existent, and it may be the case that modifiers that increase mana regeneration rate, like the one on the amulet, are scarcer or generally have lower modifier values. Okay, lastly we have Energy Shield, from which we can obtain the base Energy Shield recharge rate. I had 30 Energy Shield in total on my character, all coming from gear, and I had no modifiers anywhere on my gear or on the passive skill tree that interacts with Energy Shield recharge rate. I had 3.8 Energy Shield recharge per second, which would calculate to a base Energy Shield recharge rate of 12.5% per second. On this one, we're able to do a bit of a cross-check with the character sheet shown in Ziggy D's video. Now, I don't know if Ziggy D had any modifiers to Energy Shield recharge rate, but his shown recharge of 3.6 per second with 29 total ES would also come out at 12.5%. Ziggy D's footage is also more recent than mine, as his was from his playtime while he was at the GGG offices for the livestream reveal. Now, I will mention here at the end of this video that all of the stats shown here could change prior to the early access launch, or even during early access, as balance changes are likely to be made frequently. But hopefully this was useful for info on some of those base stats. I think the base mana regen rate and base ES recharge rate are the most interesting. Thanks for watching this video, and as always, stay tuned and stay safe.
let's dive into it. This is Legendary Drops, and again, apparently there's some Witch gameplay footage in here as well. I've linked it in Twitch and YouTube. You check it out, but we're gonna watch it together here.
The chance to play Path of Exile 2 for 8 hours straight. You jealous? And you guys have no idea.
You motherfucker! Did you just literally ask if I'm jealous? Yes, I'm jealous. Yes, I am. Then I did play it myself, but that was 5 fucking months ago.
You guys have no idea what's in store for you. What's crazy is that you've seen the trailers, you've seen the reveals, but you don't know until you actually get your hands on it. Oh, God, is it glorious. We're talking about an Elden Ring Baldur's Gate 3 level step up in a genre that has needed it for far too long. Lord knows we didn't get that from Diablo. What a disappointment that was. Actually, you know what? This channel originally was supposed to be a Diablo channel. Most of my first videos were ARPG driven. I was talking about Last Epoch and Diablo, and if it wasn't for them, thank you, Blizzard, you guys jaded me into turning me into the industry commentator that I am today. So I actually kind of owe my career to you for making me so salty. You know, in the very beginning, when you're choosing your character in Path of Exile 2, all of the other characters get hung. They all die. But it's so grotesque. It's so unhinged and depraved. There's so much respect for the audience and our maturity and the game's maturity. This game is unafraid to be itself. It is so authentic. And it's one of the things that I think games over the last few years have been missing. We've had a few, and this is definitely one of them. The game is absolutely incredible. It is a transformative experience. It was a game that I could barely put down. They basically had to drag me out of there to get me to stop playing it, and I can't wait to talk about it with you guys. I want to talk about how it felt, how it looked, and what the future of this game is going to look like, and how big of a deal this game is going to be. You guys, this is going to be a monster. I'm going to start off by saying, while I am an ARPG veteran, I am not an ARPG pro. My first isometric ARPG was Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2, and then Champions of Norath, and then on to Diablo 2 once one of my friends got a cracked version for my mom's computer. While I love these sort of games, this genre hasn't changed all that much. The only thing that we typically see is some fidelity upgrades, some additional systems, or some expansions on existing ones. For most players, especially ARPG players, change isn't really necessary. The fact of the matter is, we just want more game to play, more loot, more classes, more skills, more bosses, and more hours to slowly become symbiotic with our computer chair or our couch. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but ARPGs for me are kind of like meditation.
Such a good way to describe it.
Build crafting and comparing items requires you to be conscious. The gameplay itself doesn't. My brain seems to empty as I click through a level, tapping my same abilities over and over again, slowly disconnecting from reality as my screen is filled with visual effects. However, Path of Exile 2 is one of the first times that I've ever felt fully engaged by a game like this, and it's crazy how far they've taken things. When I got the chance to sit down and play the game at an underground event in Los Angeles, I played as the Witch, Monk, and spent most of my time on the Sorceress. From the onset, the character select screen where they all line up to be hung for their crimes, ending all of the characters other than the one that you choose, I screamed, finally, another game that isn't afraid to be insensitive, to shock, or to treat the players like an adult. I can't be the only one that has felt like, outside of a few outliers, more and more games have been trending towards these sort of soft...
You know, one of the cool things about Diablo 1 and 2 was because of how dark and scary the games were. For those of you who played Diablo 1, do you guys remember opening the little square-like room, hearing, fresh meat? And inside, you just see impaled corpses, blood on the ground, and out comes this big, chunky fucking butcher. Bro, I was in my early teens when I played that on PlayStation 1. And I played co-op, couch co-op with my little sister, who's actually going to be here for the subathon in December. And we shat our pants, dude. We were like screaming as we were running away from this guy. And that was just set the tone for the game. And, you know, fast forward to the ending of Diablo 1 with the, like, pushing the crystal out of the skull. It's just this boy. It's like all of these things. It was just very dark. And Diablo 4 has managed to pull a lot of that back, right? with their cinematics, like Neyrel with Mephisto, absolutely insane. But the gameplay didn't really feel that. It felt to me like that was very stuck in the cinematic parts of it, but not in the actual gameplay. And PoE is bringing that into the gameplay in a very effective way.
Modern themes and art direction. Path of Exile 2 subverts this rule entirely by welcoming you into this desperate, grotesque, and beautiful world. Blood-spattered walls, ritual sacrifice, piles of burning entrails, and some of the most horrific creatures imaginable. This world intrigues you. It begs to be explored because of how forbidden it feels. Like you're 10 years old and you snuck in to watch a horror movie only to find yourself having nightmares for the next week. Oddly specific, I know, but my dad accidentally swapped my Power Rangers movie for Hellraiser. It's no wonder that I've never gotten a piercing. Everything from the character designs and fidelity to the sound design and environment is a cut above the rest. It's one of the most impressive sequels that I've ever played. I feel like in a lot of cases when it comes to sequels, most developers just kind of phone it in. They reuse a lot of assets from their previous titles. They make minor improvements. They throw in a new story or a new character, but Path of Exile feels genuinely fresh, like an actual evolution of their original title. Spells and abilities are rendered beautifully. None of it was taking away from the game's performance, no matter how much was going on screen. Enemy attacks are clearly telegraphed and easy to read, no matter what environment you're in. Each zone I played in, whether it was the swamps, the forest, the farm, the town, or the manor, all of it looked visually distinct and interesting. There was something so intriguing about Path of Exile.
There's some really cool stuff they've done with weather-like stuff. There is an area in the early campaign where you go into a sewer, underground tomb-like area, but it's connected to the water side of the zone. So when there's a wave crashing in, that water like washes over the ground tiles that you're walking on, and you see this water washing underneath your feet past the area as you're playing. And then the water simmers down, lowers in level, and then another wave comes in and just washes over. It looks beautiful.
Art style and their direction in this game and how it's evolved over time. While it definitely borrows from a lot of popular fantasy and cultural history, it takes on a life entirely to itself. And in the case of Path of Exile 2, it tempted me to explore every area fully rather than just push on and grind. You'll hear me reference this a few times, but this game shares a lot with Elden Ring. Sometimes you just want to walk around and look at the game, look at its environments, and marvel at its architecture. Something altogether foreign in a genre like this.
I have played the game. That's not the case. That's not the case. I would consider myself an ARPG veteran. I don't know about this guy. That's not the case that I had at all. That's not my experience. My experience was there's so much shit to do and secret things and extra bosses and encounters you can engage with. That's why you explore. And that was very fun. I did not explore because the game looked good. I was, fucking marveling the astonishing looks of the game, the graphics, but I did not go to explore. In Elden Ring, I did, but that's an open world game. ARPGs, not it, man. Not it.
I'm sure some of you guys are going to find this odd, as it's not something that people typically go looking for in a game like this, but I was floored by the game's sound design. I think we've reached an apex where great graphics can't really impress you all that much anymore, and developers need to find other ways to intrigue players, and Path of Exile 2 does just that. The combination of the character abilities with the sound design engaged me far more than games normally do. The crack of a lightning spell, the swing of an enemy's giant axe slamming into the ground, the crunch of killing an enemy. There is this oppressive weight to all of it, and it makes the game feel real. You feel that impact. You feel the power of your abilities and that of your enemies, and there's a certain weight to all of that, and it just adds to the experience of playing this game. It makes it feel almost tangible at times. The music in the game is absolutely fantastic as well. They do such a good job of creating this oppressive atmosphere. That's the only words that I could really apply to it. Whether you're walking in an open field or you're in the forest or walking through the halls of a building, you feel this building tension at all times. And the boss fight music is even...
This is the reason why the first playthroughs I'm going to do... Normally, I play rock and roll and metal music. We have some other stuff as well, but that's usually what I listen to when I play ARPGs. But when the first playthroughs I'll do in PoE 2, I'm most likely gonna listen to the in-game music, and I've never.
Hi, Cistern here with another video. We're gonna be looking over support gems from Havoc on a video, and we're probably going to be pausing a lot. Also, I'm really sick at the moment, so sorry about that. But we're going to be looking at gems. Added fire supported attacks gain 25% of damage. So not non-fire damage or physical, just literally 25% more, I guess. And less cold and lightning. So this is if you're focusing specifically on fire. Wait, oh no, it's going too fast. Go back. Arcane Surge. Arcane Surge after spending 100% of your total mana. Ah. Of your max mana. Wow. That's a lot.
By the power of Grayskull!
Excuse me? Is this Snake Mountain?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Next!
Ambush, 100% crit chance against enemies that are full life. So that's good if you're going to be doing like one-shotting full screen clearing. 25%. So basically same as added fire, no difference there. Bursting Plague. Poison from support's heals also adds 200% damage per second to enemy as a plague. Maximum of 10% of enemies max life. Huh.
Hi everyone, PoE 2 is less than a week away. Everyone is in full hype mode and kind of understand what you want to go for. So video. So let's jump in. What do you need to know in order to make your own build in Path of Exile 2? Well, this is actually the first interactive passive tree that I have seen here. This was made by Marco Aguiar. He posted this here on Reddit a little while ago, and I checked it out and it actually looks like pretty accurate with all the things that we know. People have been revealing passive tree nodes over the last days. So there are these dream core videos, for example, where there's also a bit of like background information about, you know, just how this could affect certain builds, but we actually have like hoverable, like interactive skill tree here. Now we can't like really, you know, really assign like a path or something like that because, you know, most of the small stuff is missing. So these are all of the attribute nodes, for example, and then there's all this smaller stuff that we also don't really have information about. But as I mentioned, they are generally kind of connected to the notable. So for example, if this is like a spell damage notable node here, and then this is also going to be spell damage, but at a lower value, for example. Video. So let's jump in. What do you need to know in order to make your own build in Path of Exile 2? Well, this is actually the first interactive passive tree that I have seen here. This was made by Marco Aguiar. He posted this here on Reddit a little little while ago, and I checked it out and it actually looks like pretty accurate with all the things that we know. People have been revealing hazard tree nodes over the last days. So there are these dream core videos, for example, where there's also a bit of like background information about, you know, just how this could affect certain builds, but we actually have like hoverable, like interactive skill tree here. Now we can't like really, you know, really assign like a path or something like that because, you know, most of the small stuff is missing. So here's all of the attribute nodes, for example, and then there's all this smaller stuff that we also don't really have information about. But as I mentioned, they are generally kind of connected to the notable. So for example, if there's like a spell damage notable node here, and then this is also going to be spell damage, but at a lower value, for example. And, you know, if there's like, let's say, I don't know, some poison node over here or something, then this is probably also something that says, you know, you have increased chance to poison or you have extra damage with poison or something like that. So this is generally how this works, but what you usually want to go for are these notables here because they actually have special effects. But in the end, the passive tree is really only like a supplementary like assistance for what your skills actually do and what your build actually does. And in that case, you also want to take a look at this here, the PoE 2 skills website. So they have also made this here where you can already see like basically make your setups with your skills and your links and actually kind of get an understanding of, okay, what are the available options for your supports? How can you put them together into like a cohesive build? And this is actually what I've done here, for example, with my mercenary that I'm planning to start, at least for now. We'll see if that changes, and I also want to make some other setups over the coming days for other classes and for other builds that I would be excited to try. And we'll see if some of them will actually turn out to be very good or not. I'm sure there will be tweaking needed because, you know, we don't have the full picture. You know, some of those things, you see how many are missing, for example. Those can definitely have an impact on what kind of skills you also want to run. But at least you get a bit of an idea of, you know, how you could make this. And also you see, for example, the colors of the gems, which also matters, for example, for the attribute requirements. In my case here, for example, we have a lot of like, you know, all over the place. There's green, there's red, there's a bunch of blue. So this also means that, for example, you need like all three different attribute types. And you actually have to invest quite a lot into attributes in order to make something like this work. But if you try to use a build that has many different damage abilities, like I did here with like, there's the incendiary shot, which is like kind of like my spammable main ability. Then we have the high velocity rounds for like the big boss burst where we break the armor. We break the armor with the ancestral warrior totem with a armor breaker socket. And then there's also the explosive grenade and the cluster grenade that I use on cooldown. So there's a lot of different skills in here that are supposed to deal damage. And a lot of builds will probably work in a somewhat similar fashion. Maybe not with that many skills, but it definitely seems intended to have a kind of combo play style where you have like, you know, some weaker attacks, some stronger attacks, something where you generate power charges and you spend power charges, for example, with Falling Thunder on the Monk with the quarterstaff. That's like a very strong combo. And, you know, we have like minion builds, we have like tons of different minions and these kind of things. So you always want to try to figure out like, okay, how can you deal with different situations? Where is like the big AoE coming from? Where's the big single target damage coming from? Or maybe actually just have to combine, you know, 2 or 3 things together in order to make any of those pieces actually good. Like in the case of the Falling Thunder that I mentioned for monks, where you need power charges in order to actually deal damage with that skill at all. Another thing to remember here is also that every support gem can only be used once on your build. So this actually makes it kind of interesting to choose what kind of supports go into which skill. And you see here that a lot of these supports are not necessarily fully damage focused. So this is something that they have changed from PoE 1. Where it's just kind of like you have usually one main ability and you just put like the highest DPS combo of 5 supports in it, and that's the end of it. But in PoE 2, this actually works much more around like utility stuff. So you see here, like even one of my kind of main abilities, like the explosive grenades that I'm planning to use as like, you know, my big AoE burst most of the time, it actually has stuff where it's just like, okay, area of effect. I mean, yeah, it's nice. There's like, you know, higher chance of overlap or just like more clear, but it's not actually more damage when you have the situation where everything actually hits the target already. Or similar here, we have just less mana cost because, well, it costs quite a bunch of mana and I just couldn't find another good support gem. So I put inspiration there. And then you also have less duration so that they blow up more easily. And there's even life leech, so I can use this to like heal up as well. It's actually kind of tough when you have all these skills here to actually find damage supports. There's just not that many of them. So there is like, you know, added chaos damage, added fire damage, added lightning damage, whatever. these kind of things. There's like these mastery gems here for like +1 to level, which I don't expect to be very powerful. So this is probably more on the weak side even to have support gems like that. But there's kind of like, you know, unconditional damage gain basically, which is kind of useful. But even here I have like stuff like mana leech. I have, you know, like kind of very conditional stuff, like I need to first ignite the enemy, then I can use immolate to gain extra damage. So, you know, there's like these combos that you want to do, like for example I ignite with my incendiary shot and then I follow up with the high velocity rounds. So this is kind of like how that works. This also means that you actually have a lot of like, you know, little utility stuff in your setup at some point at least. Now, of course, you don't start out with a 6 link on all of your skills at the start, but this will probably take quite a while to get here. And this also means that you don't actually lose a lot of power, or rather you don't gain a lot of power for getting those extra links at some point. So at least, like, you know, getting to 4 link is probably very easy. You're probably gonna get that in like somewhere Act 2, Act 3, I imagine, because I already start with like 3 links basically. And then eventually you can upgrade to 4 links, and then eventually you can upgrade to 5 and then to 6. But especially the last one seems like it's gonna have a relatively small impact, even for your main abilities, because you just don't really have like these crazy, like, you know, power spikes anymore with like getting another plus 50% more damage or something from a support gem. Most of these things will probably end up being relatively minor at the very end. And this is also kind of good because you can focus on other parts of your progression, like for example the gear. Either way though, I can link this down in the description and you can go check this out. So this is like an interactive planner. It doesn't have like full functionality, like it doesn't actually like block you from adding the same support all the time or something like that. So you can actually just, you know, like keep adding, you know, skill gems that I already have, for example, in another build. Like if I use like added fire, I already have this somewhere here. So it doesn't actually have the exact functionality as in the game, but it is actually a relatively good overview of, you know, what's available and how can you actually use your skill panel to the best, you know, like possible basically. But from all of the gameplay that we have seen so far, if you look at, for example, the previews and, you know, how the game is actually played, also for myself playing the game at Gamescom, you usually have multiple abilities. So you want to try to figure out, okay, what is like your spammable kind of like, you know, attack skill all the time? What is like your combo to burst down bosses, for example, or to burst down elites? And most of the time you will have at least 2 or 3 abilities that you have to combine in some way in your gameplay. And then also come, for example, the more passive skills. So there's like, you know, heralds, there's auras, there's minions, all these things. You also have to include them in your skills here. So you get 9 available skills, and I guess you also get a default attack. But we'll have to see like how relevant that will really be in the late game. At the start, it might actually be quite an important tool to get down bosses. I noticed that, for example, when I played Warrior, I was actually whacking them with default attack quite a lot. But maybe later on, you don't really care much about that once you have your mana figured out, and you rather want to use like your, you know, some other, you know, slam, for example, as a warrior or something. So you could also support that with extra supports, but I think later on you probably won't do that. But you do have stuff like, for example, Herald of Ash, Herald of Ice, and so on. There's like, you know, some auras. There's also like these support auras. So they used to have their own skill gems back in PoE 1, like Vitality, Clarity, Precision. They're now supports that you can combine with other aura skills. But for example, the banner is here, which is like kind of like an aura as well. I have a Blasphemy setup here in my case with like a Temporal Chains. You can get curses in there, you can get marks. There's other like kind of like buff spells that can, you know, maybe give you like a temporary effect. So there's some stuff that they want to include here as well that can help you out. And in that case, they also have their, you know, own supports that go with them. Whereas here I actually have like less stuff that goes with, like Herald of Ash. I just didn't do anything there. Could also link this with other supports, but I didn't here. Before you start out making your own setup here, since you have these restrictions with only 1 support gem and so on, I do recommend maybe also to check out the Path of Exile 2 database. So we have this here. There is actually like a full list of already known skill gems, support gems, and also the spirit gems, which are like the auras and stuff. So you can see that here. And I went through this like a few times at this point, you know, whenever there's something new coming in, and also just kind of like to learn all of the available options. But you can actually see the tooltips, you can see what the things do. And it has like, you know, an alphabetical listing. So it's just like a better overview just to see actually what kind of skills are there and what you want to combine with. And the way that I did this, for example, is that I just searched it by, for example, weapon type. So if you type like requires and then, you know, crossbow, like this, for example, if you're making a mercenary and you want to play with crossbows, then you actually see like all the skills that would go with crossbows here. So this is like a very easy way to filter through this. And you can do the same thing here with like, you know, requires, you know, mace or something, one-hand mace, like this. And then you'll also like, for example, see what are the mace skills, and then you can do the same thing with like, you know, quarter stuff and so on. So this is like, you know, how you can kind of figure out what are the available combos if you use a certain weapon type. But of course, also remember you can have 2 different weapons, so you can actually combine, you know, quarter stuff and crossbow if you want. Or, you know, in my case, on the build that I am planning to do, I'm planning to combine crossbow and mace, and you can do like maybe 2 different staffs as a caster, where you have like, you know, 1 fire damage and 1 cold damage based staff or something like that. So there's lots of options here. This also means you can combine a lot of different skills. Another thing I would note here is that you should not underestimate how difficult the game is. It definitely looks and feels somewhat difficult. We have seen this in all of the previews. We've seen this on people, you know, playing at the various events that GG has hosted. It seems like it has gotten easier and better balanced over time, but even when I played it, like, you know, lately at Gamescom, which was just like 3 months ago, yeah, the game was kind of tough, even starting in Act 1, and I only expect it to get more difficult as you go. This also means you want to not, you know, underinvest into defenses. So I would definitely recommend to go check out the defensive options that are available to your build that you want to try. In my case, for example, I threw in like a Defiance banner, for example, and, you know, there's like maybe other like defenses you can try to use here. And I also have, for example, a defensive aura with temporal chains. So there's stuff like that where I would not go all in on like just, you know, blast and this is not PoE 1 philosophy anymore, where I have 6 portals at your disposal and you just try to get through the map somehow. If you die, then you have to redo the zone. If you die, you have to redo the boss. Or if you're in the maps, if you die, you lose the map. So defenses are pretty important, and even softcore is, you know, pretty tough. So I would just keep that in mind. And when you're starting out, especially when you don't know most things about the game, it is probably better to go at a slightly slower pace and not go all in on like, you know, offensive auras, offensive like everywhere basically. But you should also invest into defense a little bit. Now, another important part of making a build is also choosing the right ascendancy. I'm not sure if you have like a more up-to-date comparison here, but this is from the official GG reveal. People put this together here on Reddit, where you can see all of the different ascendancy nodes. And ascendancies are basically the subclasses that you're gonna get. So you start with one of the 12 classes. At the start of early access, there's only 6 actually, and each of those 6 classes has 2 different ascendancies that you can choose one of, and later they will have 3. So there's going to be a lot of subclasses basically in the game, and they kind of define your overall, you know, playstyle and your overall class fantasy as well. So these are like the more defining choices actually than even the class itself, I would say. The class leads to those ascendancies, but in the end, the ascendancy is what you are playing basically. So you see this here. A very good example is the Blood Mage, which is an ascendancy for the Witch, and this, you know, makes you like, you know, spend your life instead of your mana, for example. And then there's a lot of stuff like, you know, there's leech, there's, you know, probably all kinds of effects like, you know, if you have a certain life value, then maybe you get a certain effect and these kind of things. So that's kind of what you can expect here. Same thing with the Chronomancer, for example, that just gets like a bunch of extra skills here that we have seen, and maybe other like, you know, maybe speed modifiers and, you know, cooldown modifiers and these kind of things, I would imagine. So these are basically the overall picture of what your build will feel like, but then the skills, you can combine basically anything that you want with this stuff. So I have to kind of try to figure out, okay, what is actually the combo that I want to use? Like, you could play a sorceress with a crossbow and then shoot a grenade launcher if you want, for example. And then you use like your time snap to reset your cooldowns and you shoot the grenades again, and you know, these kind of things. So there could actually be combos like that that do make sense. And it's kind of like also the beauty of Path of Exile too. You have so many different options, and it's just important to kind of understand, okay, what are the you know, main skills that you're going for, and then how does the ascendancy also play in. Compared to Path of Exile 1, it definitely looks like the ascendancies are much weaker. So in Path of Exile 1, I would expect to get somewhere in the range of like double damage or so from the ascendancy, with like, you know, each of the notables giving you something like 20 to 30% more damage or so on average, I guess. So it's somewhere in that range. And in Path of Exile 2, it definitely looks like they have been tuned down a lot, but they can still be quite defining, because in general, like, the power level seems to be lower than Path of Exile 1. The growth of power seems to be lower than in Path of Exile 1. So I would not expect stuff to go as crazy as it did back in PoE 1. And we can definitely see it as clearly here. You do get very flavorful effects, and also like, you know, very defining effects of how you actually play that character, but they're not necessarily like ridiculously OP or so compared to how the things were in the previous game. So that's something to keep in mind as well. The numbers are just lower. There's a lot of utility stuff. There's a lot of like extra skills that you gain here as well. So this is like one example here, the Meditate, or what you saw in the Chronomancer and so on. So you get extra skills on some of those ascendancies that you can only get there, and this is also kind of, you know, build defining in some cases. One important thing to note note here though is that you cannot change your ascendancy, at least at the start of early access. So this has been confirmed in an interview. In PoE 1 you were able to change your ascendancy later by just like running the trial again or like the lab again, and this is not possible anymore in PoE 2. So you are locked in not only in your class but also your ascendancy. So that's something to keep in mind in case you have some ideas about respecking and trying various builds. Then you might want to go with an ascendancy that is like very versatile. For example, the Gemling Legionnaire is like a very like, you know, all-rounder ascendancy, or like even like the Witch Hunter to some degree as well. So I'll just kind of keep that in mind. Like the Warrior with like Wallbringer and Titan is definitely like very melee focused and slam focused and Warcry focused. So you're kind of locked into like a certain, you know, direction, I guess, in most cases. Although we don't know most of the nodes, you know, some nodes are just like not available yet, so we don't know. But in general, if you're planning to try out a lot of different things, then I would probably go with a mercenary, because you just have so many like more versatile options and just kind of like different tools that help you on any build basically. So it's the Witch Hunter here, that's most likely what I'll be starting, or we also have the Gemling Legionnaires, this guy here, which is even more broad basically, with just giving you like kind of like gem slots and gem support, and just kind of overall making your build more powerful pretty unconditionally. So yeah, I would also recommend, I would also expect a lot of people to just go Gemling for that reason alone. You just have all the options on your table, and this might not be necessarily the best thing for, you know, a certain build, but at the very least you will get something for every build. So it's like the like golden all-rounder ascendancy here, I think. So something to keep in mind. And finally, let's go back to the passive tree that I talked about earlier in this video. So we have this interactive tree here. We don't know a lot of nodes, so this is kind of like important to note as well. I don't know, something like 70% or so is probably unknown still, but maybe there's going to be more reveals, more teasers and so on. And maybe we're even going to get a data mine at some point, so we'll see. But for now, this is basically what people have pieced together from all of the different videos and, you know, stuff that people have shown. And you just get an understanding of what you're actually looking for. So let's say we play this mercenary build here. I have like, you know, grenades, and I have these, you know, like crossbow shots, and then I have a bunch of stuff like, you know, Herald of Ash and so on. Let's say we're playing a Gemling Legionnaire or a Witch Hunter, so they're like relatively generic. And in that case, I don't really like have anything crazy to go for. So what would I do? I'll probably stack a bunch of like armor and evasion to survive. Life nodes do not really exist anymore. So this entire passive tree has like very, very few life nodes, and they're very small as well. But there is still other defenses. There's armor, there's evasion, there's energy shield, and then there's like these offensive nodes. So you usually want to try to go for a bit of a mix of offense and defense here. So there's also like stuff like this, for example, increased stun threshold, so you can't get like, you know, perma stunned in a row or something like that. Want to maybe try to pick up something like this if you feel like this is a problem. In general, I would definitely look at the passive tree as like a way to solve problems in your build, maybe to fill holes in your gear, or to kind of fill holes in what your skills can actually do. For example, with like, you know, getting you know, more mana, regen, getting more armor, getting more stun thresholds. So these are the things that it can solve. There's probably also resistance nodes somewhere. Here's recover mana on kill, for example, mana leech, life leech, these kind of things. So you want to try to look for some of this utility that kind of like makes your build a bit more like all-rounder, and it just kind of like, you know, softens out the weak parts basically. But then also you want to try to invest into what actually supports your main abilities. So in this case, for example, we have like some grenade nodes. So you know, this is something I'm definitely gonna rush. Like here, grenades fire additional projectile, grenades have +1 cooldown use. So these are really strong nodes for a build like mine with the grenade launcher, for example. So there are some nodes that are actually really like defining as well for the playstyle and for the skills that they're using. But also keep in mind, I'm not just using grenades. I also have to invest into something like, you know, regards ammunition, reloading, and like the crossbow shots in general. So you also want to look out for something like that. So maybe like we can actually find something here. If we have a crossbow. So here's some stuff, for example. There's like chance for crossbow attacks to not consume a bolt, and then there's increased critical bonus with crossbows. I'm actually planning to make this a crit build, for example. So you actually have these kind of like nodes as well that you want to go for in order to beef up your damage and just get more power. Now, I wouldn't recommend to go and like try to map out every single node right now because of all the unknowns here, and also don't know 100% if the number that I set is the actual number of nodes we're gonna have. But it can probably count with something like 120 like nodes here, and this means that as you approach level 100, yeah, you're gonna have something in the range of like 20 notables or something like that, or 25 notables. So you can kind of like choose and pick and see, you know, kind of like what you want to go for. And like this, you have the counter here. you can actually kind of get a bit of an understanding. But I would definitely leave some room here for, you know, unknowns, for stuff to like pivot from your plan before the game launches, because we have only so many of those nodes. The good thing is you can actually travel really far with those available points, and then you also have the weapon set skill points where you can, like, you know, swap between one weapon or the other, and that actually swaps a few of your skill points around on a tree. Not the entire tree, but like, I don't know how many you're gonna have, like 8 or 10 or something like that, maybe more of those weapon set points, where, for example, in my case, I can use a crossbow, and then I have like a few more things assigned. Let's say down here, you know, like I take this thing with the crossbow, and I take this thing with the crossbow, and like all these like little nodes up to leading up to it. And this is gonna be only assigned when I have my crossbow in hand, and then I have, you know, something with mace, but like search for mace stuff maybe over here, and then, you know, I take you know, I don't know, something like, you know, this here and this here, and then when I swap to the mace, it assigns, you know, those notables and those little nodes here, and then I get like another benefit for using my mace for like another skill, for example. So that's kind of cool. So you have like a bit of an option here to like specialize and not really lose out on, you know, overall power. So this is also something to keep in mind. And lastly, another big part of making a build are the keystones. So we also have them here. These are the green circles. So these are the big ones. And as I mentioned earlier, they have usually some kind of upside and downside together, and you can't just pick them up just because you're nearby. So they're not necessarily useful for your build, or they can even be a problem for your build. So you always have to kind of consider, you know, what do they do and how can you profit from it? In some cases, you know, for example, here we have Eldritch Battery, converts all energy shield to mana. There are like, you know, certain mana stacking builds, for example, around the Archmage support and these kind of things, where you just kind of like, you know, spam your build with as much mana as possible. You try to stack mana everywhere. You can actually use the energy shield to get more mana and so on. So these are some of these examples here. Chaos Inoculation is a classic where you become immune to chaos damage, but you have only 1 life, so you can only survive through energy shield, for example, and you give up all of your life pool and so on. So I really recommend to take a good look at what is available here for these keystones as well, and kind of like, you know, figure out, okay, what do you want to go for and why? And in some cases, you just don't go for any keystones. In fact, I'm currently not planning to do that on my build that I made here with like the mercenary, for example. I just looked at all the keystones. You can also find them in maybe a better overview here if you look at here it's a keystone overview. So they have them also listed on PoE 2DB. It's not that many, and they are also very build defining. So instead of like, you know, having to go through every single support gem and every single node on a tree, at the very least I would recommend to go check out these here to, you know, also figure out maybe which of these might be built.
Okay, so the first one that comes to mind is the Witch Infernalist, and in particular using the skill Incinerate to basically proc a channeling ability of fire. Now, the reason why I like this particular ascendancy, the particular points that stick out to me are Demonic Possession, which is Demon Form, Pyromantic Pact, but the biggest one is Bringer of Flame. Between that and Pyromantic Pact and Bringer of Flame, if you're doing a channeling skill, then basically my idea is as you channel, you would gain Infernal Flame. This would increase the amount of damage that you would be able to generate. And on top of that, you could also switch into Demonic Possession and then basically do a ton of channeling damage. The other thing is Bringer of Flame would then allow you to, while not being on low Infernal Flame, ignites the enemy and inflicts the thing called Magnitude. Now, the other thing is we've got Cast on Ignite as a result of that. That's being added to the game. So you could then have that proc Firestorm and everything else in between. So it could be really powerful. On top of that, I would probably try and build this with Chaos Inoculation. If they have something like Aegis Aurora, I would switch it to a totally ES-based build to make it super tanky. So I'd basically have it I would have it channeling, auto-triggering every other skill around me, using obviously the trigger on Ignite, trigger on Shock, things like that. And then basically just have a total devastation chaos witch, make it super tanky on top of it. But that's my idea with the Witch Infernalist, and I'm actually super keen for Pyromantic Pack. I think it's a really cool for channeling skills.
By the power of Grayskull!
Now, the next one that's got my interest peaked is the Chronomancer. In particular, I'm going to suggest Chrono Slam Sorceress. Now, hear me out. This is the reason why. So, basically, when I look at this, I look at like Time Snap and Time Freeze. In particular, Time Freeze. Basically, you could Time Freeze enemies and then just absolutely go to town on enemies for a certain period of time. You got reduced cooldowns as well. Now, that's not to say that you would have many cooldowns on your actual slam skills, but basically you could use any number of slam skills. And then what I would also stack that on is cold conversion. So basically if there's something like hatred as a buff skill in the game, then basically convert all your damage to cold, synergize that with the witch points that will be around the tree for elemental, and then basically focus on going to the left side of the tree in the pathing tree to specialize in slam skills and or, you know, melee mace skills or something of that nature. This is just something that comes to mind. Just because it's a spellcaster by nature doesn't mean that you have to play it as a spellcaster. Okay, so the third ascendancy that sticks out to me is the Gemling Legionnaire, and the main point here, well, there's actually two, is the integrated efficiency, which gives you 3 additional skill slots, which means that you could add a whole ton more of chain skills or auto trigger skills. But the Thermatological Infusion node is the one that sticks out to me the most as a defensive player. The reason being is things like Cloak of Flame still exist in Path of Exile 2, which basically allows you to convert physical damage taken to fire damage. So what this Thermatological Infusion does is then gives you overcap based on the gem sockets that you have in your gear. So basically you can achieve overcapping really, really quickly. Now, as far as quality, I'm not sure how that will affect skills, but yeah, from a defensive standpoint, you could basically do anything you wanted with this. Arguably, this would be not a bad melee setup character as well, because you could basically chain more skills together to proc more things. But ultimately, I think this is still going to be better played as like a super tanky crossbow build, one that you could potentially face tank enemies with. That's how it sort of sticks out to me, and so I'd probably play it like that at this stage because I like to play tanky characters. Okay, so the next one is actually the Warbringer, and that's an obvious one because I really like melee builds. But the node in the Warbringer, or the 2 nodes that stick out to me more so, is Warcaller's Bellow, which allows corpses in your presence to explode when you Warcry, dealing 25% of their life as physical damage, and the Great Wolf's Howl, which ignores Warcry cooldown. Now, the reason why this is really cool is because Seismic Cry actually does base damage now, and I don't believe it used to. Originally, it just allowed you a boon. So basically, the Warcry itself can do damage, which means if there's no cooldown on the Warcry, you can just keep popping the Warcry, damage the enemies around you, and explode everything around you. I'm going to make this build. Now, there was something like this in Path of Exile 1, but it wasn't very successful, and actually, this is exactly a build out of Diablo 2, which was the Singer Barbarian, which we're going to be able to most likely play in Path of Exile 2, and there most likely will be some kind of gearing or uniques or tree nodes that buff up Warcries further, and physical damage will likely scale with the Seismic Cry as well, and then you'll be able to chain other skills to it. So yeah, this is definitely something that I want to look at playing. Okay, so the final one that I'm actually going to play on the start of PoE 2, and this should be of no surprise for anyone who follows my channel, but it's going to be Resonating Shield Wall Titan. Now, the reason why is it just looks sick. So basically, I've already got a sequence of skills which I'll put in the description below, but we're going to start with Seismic Cry, Shield Charge. Shield Charge will allow you to get into packs of enemies without taking damage. Then we'll hit Shield Wall to knock the ground up in front of us, and then hit Resonating Shield, which bashes your shield and blows the shield wall up. And then we'll have a weapon switch, which will go to Hammer of the Gods with a 2-handed weapon setup, and then a tree setup for that, and then basically rinse and repeat. Now, that's a 5 sequence. We can get to a 9 sequence or have some auras or buffs in there, as they're now called. But basically, I had a lot of time to think about this ahead of time, and Titan is perfect for this. So basically, 20% chance for slam skills. You use yourself to cause aftershocks, which is big damage with shields. Your hits are crushing blows, and 40% more damage against stunned enemies. So obviously we're going to stun enemies, and then on top of that, shield skills scale with armor on your shield, same as Shield Crush out of Path of Exile 1, which means your character gets incredibly tanky on a Titan class. So that's pretty much what I'm going to be playing, to be honest with everybody. And I'll put a bit of a breakdown of the skill sequencing below. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but yeah, that's basically what we're going to run with. So yeah, Jorgen's first build is going to be shields. Okay, so yeah, it's actually pretty exciting with this game because I really like mix and matching.
so please no witch hunts. For the first category, I want to talk about the new melee mechanics from the PoE 2 early access announcement. First things first, it looks very improved from PoE 1. We can now guide our attacks around and also animation cancel to be able to dodge at any time. Being able to animation cancel any attack is going to be massive for melee, and also if you're going to play hardcore, it's going to be a really big thing. Being able to aim our attacks in a much more fluid motion rather than linearly is going to make you feel like your character is actually attached to your cursor. The most skilled players who have great reaction times are going to make this look really fluid and fun to play. The next massive change that is going to give players with good mechanical skill an advantage is by weapon swapping to a shield rather than having a one-handed weapon with a shield. Using one two-hander or even two two-handed weapons and then weapon swapping to a shield setup with a different skill tree is going to be really strong. In PoE 2, all damage is blocked if it hits you from the front, aka your shield, except for the unblockable attacks. Being able to swap freely to either setup is going to be criminally good. It will probably be annoying, but really broken. Now, in PoE 2, from what I've gathered, it seems that there is a stun threshold bar similar to our own when we are blocking on bosses. What it seems like is that when this meter is filled, the boss will become vulnerable and staggered for a short duration. This is where we're going to get our damage window, and I hope that when the meter is full, it counts as a stun. I really hope this counts as a stun because of the surprising strength ascendancy notable on Titan, which gives 40% more damage on enemies who are heavily stunned. In combination with crushing impacts, we should be able to stun fairly often, and I believe stunning our enemies is going to be essential for survival. Crowd control looks to be one of the most important things to master in PoE 2, as though to not get overwhelmed by our enemies. The Giant's Blood Keystone is hands down my favorite thing that they revealed in the announcement. Being able to wield two-handed weapons is going to be a game changer and a huge damage potential. The double attribute requirements doesn't even seem like a downside for me. Being able to select which tribute we want while allocating on the passive tree makes 500 strength, 750 strength seem trivial to me. Strength also has huge benefits for a life and armor based character. To me, this keystone looks like an ascendancy point on the passive tree. Some PoE 1 skill gems are coming back to PoE 2, and I couldn't be more excited to see fan favorites like Bone Shatter and Sunder. Hammer of the Gods looks really interesting to me as well, and feels like it's going to be a crazy slam skill. I'm also really excited to see how Earthshatter performs. In the Settlers League in PoE 1, this build was very common and strong, but now if you can play Warbringer and have infinite Warcries, I feel like Earthshatter's kind of crazy. Totem or hybrid builds looks like they'll be pretty strong too. Having anything passively do damage while you do damage is a win in my books, especially for crowd control. Let's just hope that they don't make melee require totems to be good like they originally promised. So we got a bit of a glimpse into the endgame of the warrior, and I have to say the clear looks great. I'm not even sure what this character is using for a skill in this clip. I tried to see if it was Bone Shatter, and in his skill icons, there is no Bone Shatter icon. It looks almost like a strike skill since the enemies are all being hit at once in this frame. Either way, the clear on this skill looks awesome. It looks like movement skills aren't even going to be really a thing in PoE 2 though. From what we see, it looks like Leap Slam is used more as an actual damaging ability rather than a movement skill. The tankiness of Warrior is going to be really good in my opinion. Not only are we going to have great mitigation, we're going to be able to use shields as well. My goal is to probably make a very tanky four-handed Titan that relies on stunning enemies and using a weapon swap to a shield for survival. I also just think this build's going to be crazy for bosses if my previous theory about stunning on bosses is true. Anyway, slams are on the menu, boys. So like I was just saying, Titan is looking really good for slam users. We've got lots of stun chance, more damage while stunning, and we can use two-handed weapons. The damage potential looks great. I'm planning to use either Sunder or Earthshatter to begin with unless I see that one of the new skills are way better. Although in PoE 2, it looks like we'll be using many different skills anyway and not just one. As I stated before, crowd control is going to be a huge survivability boost, so stunning your enemies is a huge advantage. I'm also really looking forward to the Warbringer. One major change in comparison to PoE 1 is that we will have infinite Warcries and they will have no cooldown. Now, to assume that they will bring back something like the effects of double damage from Intimidating Cry, this is looking really strong to always deal double damage with your attacks. The piano playstyle doesn't look great to me though, but using one or two Warcries infinitely could be strong enough. Another great thing I noticed about the Warbringer is that we can take Warcaller's Bellow to explode corpses of enemies when we Warcry. This is going to be massive if there is any detonate dead-like mechanics that could kill us. It's also going to be pretty good for your clear, as well as corpse removal. But that's about everything I wanted to talk about, guys. Let the hype begin. I'm ready to bonk the hell out of these bosses. Melee is looking really fun. Other builds I want to try, though, are something to do with, like, Monk and Freeze, since crowd control is likely going to be integral to the game, and maybe trying out the Witch to play Infernalist, because I love using fire skills. Another option that looks crazy is the Sorcerer, and making a pure Shock build. Shock doubles as both crowd control and damage multiplier, so I expect this to be very strong. If you guys are looking for more PoE 2 content, maybe consider subscribing to the channel. It really helps me out, and I'm going to be posting a lot of PoE 2 content. I'm teaming up with Mobalytics to be doing a lot of written guides, but as well as my YouTube guides. Be doing lots of build guides on PoE 2, so be on the lookout for those. If you guys want to come check me out live, I'll leave my Twitch in the description.
With that yes to credit from Capital One, I was able to rebuild.
Hey guys. It's pretty good, but there's a couple of problems. And hopefully by the end of this video, you'll know whether those problems are a deal breaker for you. Now, full disclosure, I was flown out to LA by GGG and I got my hands on what I think is about as close to an early access build as I was realistically gonna get, like a month or so before it released. It was an awesome event. I met a bunch of Diablo 4 content creators because it seems like that's most of the people that were there, but I'm not really the type to take like a bunch of photos or videos or anything. I kind of just like to be like in the situation, absorbing all the information, and I'm writing stuff down, trying to just experience the twice now in a lifetime event where my favorite video game company flies me out for my favorite video game to play it and experience it before everybody else. So I figured that GG has like a full media team there, and they'll probably take at least one photo of me that I can use, right? Like just one. And they sent the album over to me, and the one photo of me in this entire album, which was sent to essentially everyone, is this. I straight up look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I look like, or just kind of like general trends that I feel, because there were a few people playing Mercenary, like particularly Havoc was playing a more grenade style build where I was playing a icicle / fragmentation style build. I'll talk a little bit about those in a bit, but it's not really the main focus of this video. I'm sure there's going to be quite a few different builds that will work for the Mercenary, and they'll have varying degrees of success, but realistically, it's the systems with the crossbow that I want to talk about in this video. So I personally made it pretty far. I was one of the furthest in the group. I mean, it was mostly Diablo 4 players and only a handful of PoE people there. I made it, like, I think maybe about a fourth of the way into Act 3. Havoc was playing the Mercenary as well, and he was playing a grenade build. He made it to what we think is the halfway boss of Act 3, but I spent like the last 45 minutes to an hour of the event walking around trying to get like the vibes that everybody felt about the Mercenary, and most people kind of had the same feeling. With pretty much everybody that I talked to that played the Mercenary, at least somewhat, some names off the top of my head that I remember was Havoc, Empyrean, Subtractem, and quite a few Diablo 4 people. Pretty much everybody said the same thing, in that like the first 20 or 30 minutes of playing the Mercenary is frankly kind of awful. So much so that I'm pretty sure Subtractem said that he started the Mercenary, got to like the first boss or two, and then was like, wow, this is bad, and literally re-rolled right then and there, because this was like a time-sensitive situation where it's like, you kind of just got to go, you kind of just got to make a build and choose something and play, especially if you want to be able to see like the end of Act 2 and Act 3 and all that kind of stuff. So pretty much everyone was like, yeah, this doesn't feel great. As for the people who actually like pushed through and kept with the Mercenary, most of them said it eventually started to feel pretty decent regardless of the build that they played, but those first few steps were pretty rough. Now you might wonder why like the sentiment about the Mercenary was so universal at the entire event, and it's because of the ammo system. It's because of the reloading system. When you are very early on in the I'll call it like the crossbow system, you notice right away how slow and kind of clunky the whole crossbow system itself feels. And the problem with this is that you have separate buttons for loading ammo into the crossbow and then firing the ammo from the crossbow. Now, once you've loaded a type of ammo, it automatically reloads and you only have to hit the one button to fire it. But if you're using multiple types of ammo, especially as you start getting into the combo system in Path of Exile 2, then it gets to this point where it's like you're pressing one button to load ammo, and then you're pressing another button to fire, and then you're pressing a different button to load a second kind of ammo, and then you're pressing that same fire button again, and you kind of have to just go back and forth. And most of the time when you're playing an ARPG, you get this kind of feedback system where it's like you press a button, you see a noticeable effect happen in the world around you, like I pressed this button, I shot an arrow, it killed something, right? But with this, it really doesn't feel that way. You get out of about 4 or 5 button presses, 2 instances of some kind of like visceral feedback that you are impacting the game in front of you. And when you combine that with relatively slow reload speeds early in the game, it can be a little bit rough. Now, I know I've talked a lot of doom and gloom about the crossbow system, but I do want to emphasize that this is genuinely only like the first 20 or 30 minutes at most. If you are a faster player and someone who can move through the game at a pretty decent pace, this won't be a problem for a very long time. Very early on, you're gonna have access to like reload speed increase nodes on the tree, as well as nodes that like give you a percentage chance to not consume a bolt every time that you fire. And then also around, I think like 7 or 9 or something like that, you get access to a support gem that gives you more ammo in each clip. So there's ways to deal with it, and it's not that bad once you get there, but I'm hoping at least a little bit that GGG does find some way to make those first 20, maybe 30 minutes a little bit less painful. I don't know if they just have to like reduce the base amount of time that reload takes and then modify the nodes on the tree a little bit just to make it a little bit more even. But yeah, those first couple minutes are rough. So what about after you make it through all of that? Once you push through, once you get to the point where, you know, you're in like Act 2, Act 3, you've got your combos together, you know, you're firing multiple abilities and they're all interacting. How does the actual character feel once you've gotten there? Honestly, pretty good. In comparison to what I played last time as the monk and what I saw a lot of other people play, one big thing that I noticed with the mercenary is that I felt significantly more confident in moving past enemies and killing them while running. I know a lot of the melee classes and even some of the minion classes and such, they get this kind of feeling where you encounter a pack and you kind of just have to deal with it. You can't run past it, you can't ignore it, you just have to fight it. With the mercenary, I felt much more so than on the monk that I could just kind of skip stuff if I wanted to. I could run past it and I could fire behind me as I kept moving. I felt like I had the tools where I could impact the environment with either like icicles or stun grenades or things like that. So if I got in a really bad position, I had tools to be able to deal with that. Whereas a lot of the time on melee or other classes, it doesn't really feel like you have tools to impact the environment or impact the mobs that are directly surrounding and on top of you. If you get surrounded and you don't have any of those tools, in Path of Exile 2, you kind of just die. There's not really much that you can do there. You don't really get like blink abilities. You don't really get anything like that. You just have the dodge roll. Now, you do get access to some other things that they talked about, like there are items that give you like a blink and things like that, but it doesn't really seem like they want you to have huge access to being able to go through enemies at any given point. They want you to have to deal with the fact that if you get surrounded, that's a mistake that you've made and you pay for it with your life. So talking a little bit about builds, I tried pretty much all of the different skills up to a certain point. I wasn't able to play a lot of the skills that you get in Act 3. I just simply didn't find the little gems that you can cut into the different skills. I only found one of them. And eventually I landed on a build that uses fragmentation rounds as well as glacial bolt. Fragmentation rounds is one of the first types of ammunition that you get, and essentially what it does is it does a large spread of ammo out across the screen, and if you're very close up front to the enemy, those rounds can shotgun. So you're allowed to do this kind of trade-off where typically as a ranged character you're safer when you're at range. However, with fragmentation rounds, if you give up that safety and go close to the enemy and use that ability, you can hit them with a whole bunch of them because, well, it does shotgun. On top of that, it knocks enemies back, and it does have some, I think, natural pierce built into it if I remember correctly. So very early on, I was mainly using this ability as my main DPS alongside an ability called Flash Grenade. Flash Grenade's only purpose really was to build the stun bar on bosses and like stun smaller enemies. So if I got into a bad spot, I could toss down a flash grenade, stun all of the enemies around me, push them back out of the way and roll through a big group of enemies if I got surrounded, which made me feel relatively safe most of the time for like Act 1 and portions of Act 2. Flash Grenade was really good at building up the stun bar on bosses, so you'd get that like 3 to 5 seconds of being able to just be right up in front of their face, hitting them with all of those shotgun bullets and just annihilating their health bar for a little bit, and then backing off, you know, firing from range if you have to, because some bosses are safer up front, some bosses are safer far away. And then eventually around the end of Act 2, early Act 3, I started using the secondary ability called Glacial Bolt. And what this does is it fires on the ground or at an enemy, and it makes kind of this V shape of these ice crystals. And the way that these ice crystals work is that if you fire fragmentation rounds into the ice crystals, they explode into an AoE. On top of that, they revealed a support gem called Fortress, where if you have some kind of effect that makes a shape on the ground, Fortress instead makes a giant circle on the ground. So what I ended up doing is I used Glacial Bolt with Fortress, made a giant AoE of these ice crystals around an enemy, and then used fragmentation rounds to explode them and kind of do this like shotgun effect. Once I actually figured this out and got it going properly, because most of the way through Act 2 I wasn't really doing it right, I was just kind of like flailing around figuring things out. But as I got into Act 3, I got the proper gear for the build, I got the proper skills, I started doing some pretty serious damage. I went from like struggling on white mobs and blue mobs and such to almost one-shotting blue mobs and taking like a third to half of the health of random yellow mobs. It ended up being pretty strong. And it kind of reinforced in my mind this feeling that combos and combination skills in Path of Exile 2 are going to be super important. There are going to be builds where you can just press one button and you don't have to worry about it, but the more that I see of it, the more that I experience of it, it does feel like these combinations of skills are the intended way to play this game. You're meant to do things like create a puddle of oil on the ground that you then ignite with something else, and that causes damage over time. That's kind of what Havoc was doing with his build, where he made it all the way up halfway through Act 3 in the amount of time that we had, which was like 6, maybe 7 hours. So I highly suggest when you start, embrace the combinations because they are so powerful. It is multiple times more powerful than just stubbornly trying to use one ability over and over and over and over again like you would in PoE 1. Most likely, unless something changes drastically, I will be playing this fragmentation rounds, Glacial Bolt, some kind of build revolving around this in the actual early access. You can look forward to at least a basic build guide about that from me as soon as I have access to all of that information. Out of the abilities that I was able to interact with, that seemed the coolest. It seemed like the most fun for me, but I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of other abilities and such. I would suggest that early on with Path of Exile 2, you kind of stick to the guardrails that they give you, because while there is infinite depth and breadth that is available in Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2, early on, we're really not gonna know exactly what works and how it works. It's probably a bit safer to stay kind of a bit more in those confines for at least your first build. We can do the crazy stuff later. If you have any particular thoughts about the mercenary or questions that you want to ask, let me know down in the comments. I try for at least like the first day or two of a video coming out to answer as many questions as I can. So if you've got any like burning desires about the mercenary, let me know down there. And make sure to like the video if you liked it. If you want more PoE 2 content, I'm going to be making a ton of it. So make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit that little notification bell to stay up to date with all my latest videos, and stay safe out there in Rayclast. And I'll see you guys in the next video.
If you saw a recent PoE 2 reveal, you're probably feeling a bit overwhelmed. I know I certainly am. So I'm going to make a series of videos breaking down things from the reveal into more bite-sized pieces. The first video is going to start with classes, how to ascend, and ascendancies. Then maybe I'll sprinkle in a few of my own thoughts and opinions, especially on the ascendancy section. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, do be sure to get subscribed, and also ring that notification bell to see all the new uploads. Now, for the early access in Path of Exile 2, 6 base classes have been confirmed: the Monk, Warrior, Ranger, Mercenary, and Witch, each of which will have 2 ascendancies. This is only a mere fraction of the eventual 12 classes and 36 ascendancies that will be available from the game's full release. Think of your class in PoE 2 as a foundation upon which you build your character, and your ascendancy is an extension of that, allowing for new archetypes and more power. So, with all of that said, let's get into things, starting with the Monk, a peerless martial artist who leverages his momentum to move from pack to pack while swiftly dispatching enemies. The Monk wields a quarterstaff and uses skills associated with lightning, wind, and ice. He also has a variety of synergistic ways to combine the different skills and elements available to him. For example, some skills may generate you power charges, which you can then spend to unleash a more powerful version of a different skill. Or you could drop a Tempest spell and then strike it to elemental damage, increasing its output by causing it to deal elemental damage in addition to its normal strikes. Or you could just use a skill that empowers your staff and maybe causes you to fill the screen with a bunch of winged projectiles. Now I have to say, the Monk looks really fun to play due to the way he combines damage and mobility, but it also looks like he could be a bit lacking on defenses, especially if you aren't able to freeze your enemies. So when you're playing a Monk, don't dash into a situation that you don't have a plan to get yourself out of. Or if you do, maybe expect that you could end up going low and have a life flask ready. On the other hand, if you like melee, but you want to be a little bit beefier, consider playing the Warrior. He uses maces to unleash massive slams that send aftershocks through his foes. And he's capable of using a shield, which provides extra defenses. While you have your shield raised, you block all damage, at least for so long as your stagger meter lasts. And many shield skills do also block while they're active. While slams are slower, Path of Exile has a very dynamic movement system. This means you can mid-attack, redirect where you're aiming, or dodge roll to cancel out of an attack if the animation is a little too long and you're worried you're going to get hit. Now the Warrior also has access to a variety of auxiliary skills. These could be things like War Cries, which are often used to empower slams and unleash complete devastation on unsuspecting foes. Or you could summon totems, because after all, why kill every enemy yourself when you could have a totem do some of it for you? In fact, you could even reserve some of your spirit to use special totems that use your slam skills. So in short, if you want to get into an enemy's face, hit hard, or bash them from behind cover, well, then the Warrior is going to be your best bet. But you know what, maybe melee isn't for you. And fair enough, maybe the range would be more of your taste. She wields a bow and deals damage from a distance while remaining highly mobile. Because she can attack while moving, and because she uses a wide variety of skills covering physical, cold, lightning, and poison, the Ranger has a particularly flexible playstyle. The lightning and poison skills look like they're very effective for dealing damage over a wide area, and also inflicting debilitating effects like slows or crippling electrocution to take enemies out of a fight entirely. Though I guess you could also freeze them solid while also retreating with a quick backstep or vaulting over them if that's really what you need. In short, the Ranger's main defense is simply being in a place where the enemies can't attack her anyway. Also, because she can attack while moving, she excels at clearing large groups of foes while quickly moving from pack to pack to pack. If you're looking for a mapper build you want to go fast, then I strongly recommend checking out the Ranger. On the other hand, the Mercenary is inspired by FPS games, and he uses a wide variety of guns. Oh sorry, I forgot, the Templar Commission ruled we can't say that word anymore. He uses a wide variety of crossbows and grenades that just happen to resemble things like a sniper rifle, a shotgun, or an assault rifle. But I assure you, they are all crossbows, and therefore Templar approved. And of course, you can take things to the next level by mixing in various types of elemental ammunitions straight off the thaumaturgical black market. Use these to shred an enemy's armor, create walls of ice, or just light stuff on fire because watching the world burn is pretty darn fun. Last up, like I said before, the Mercenary uses grenades, and these make things explode, which objectively makes them some of the best skills to use. In addition to causing explosions, they can inflict debuffs and damage over time. Luckily, most of those debuffs and damage over time also happen to be toxic chemicals, which are highly explosive. So combine grenades with your other crossbow skills to deliver a 1-2 punch and take out the entire crowd. If you're down for some flexible thinking and want to play a class that has an answer for every situation, then the Mercenary is very much for you. But hey, maybe you want something a little more relaxed. You just want to chill? Well, play a Minion Witch. Minions are a special type of persistent ally in Path of Exile 2. Reserve your spirit to summon permanent minions, and don't worry, if they die, they'll just resummon automatically after a short duration. Then watch them kill your foes for you. Now, while they are technically passive, permanent minions also have an active skill which you can use to do game-breaking things like turning your other minions into living bombs. Like I said, explosions are the best. If you want even more of a minion army, then you'll have to use some corpse skills. These consume the corpses of your enemies to grant you some temporary minions. But well, they're temporary. They only last so long, so you'll need to ensure that you have a fresh supply of corpses by finding more enemies and then turning them into suitable materials. That said, minions aren't for everyone, and Civ Witch has a variety of other options for enjoyers of the occult and the profane. You can literally curse your enemies to death, use chaos spells to melt through their health, or focus on bone skills that create big spikes of damage. I suspect the Witch is going to be a pretty beginner-friendly class, and hey, if you don't like the playstyle, well, she's got plenty of other options. And last but not least, you have the Sorceress, who blends the elements, set foes on fire, freeze them solid, or shock them to increase your damage output. One thing that's particular about the Sorceress is there are a lot of synergies between the different elemental skills, strictly encouraging you to mix them rather than just going with all fire skills because you're a fire mage. I mean, you can if you want, but isn't it cooler to shoot your sparks through your flame wall so they get the fire debuff rather than shooting your fireballs through the flame wall? Yeah, they both get the damage buff, but the sparks just look so much cooler while doing it. Now, the Sorceress is another range character, like the Ranger and the Mercenary, but she doesn't really have the Mercenary's flexibility, and she doesn't really have the Ranger's mobility. What she does have is some very powerful, hard-hitting skills. So, consider freezing an enemy to prevent them from interrupting you before you unleash some of her biggest nukes. Now, as one last note, so far in this video, I've talked about the classes based on their recommended archetypes and the skills that you get during the early game. But this does not mean that you have to use elemental spells of a Sorceress. This doesn't mean you only have to use occult spells on a Witch. In fact, if you want to be a mercenary wielding a 200 mace, have at it. Planning to use elemental spells in your Ranger? Sounds great. Gonna go warrior and summon a minion army? Well, just because you can doesn't mean you should. If you're completely new to Path of Exile and just want an easy path to follow, stick to the recommended skills. But as you grow more comfortable and as you approach the endgame, maybe go down to the bottom of the skills option, check the show all box, and do a little experimentation. Now, if you want to further customize your character, you're going to need to ascend, and this is done by completing the Trials of Ascension. For the early access, there's going to be 2 trials available, the Trial of the Sekimas and the Trial of the Chaos God. You can complete either one of them to ascend, or both if you prefer. So let's get into a little bit about the Trials of Ascension and how they function. First up, the Trials of the Sekimas, where you fight through a series of challenge rooms. Now, what sets this apart from all the other activities within Path of Exile is your health bar is kind of sort of replaced with a resource called Honor. You still have health, but you're unlikely to die from damage. More likely, you're going to fail the run from losing all your Honor. So you need to do your best to avoid damage as you complete each room. Luckily, the enemies that appear within the Trial of the Sekimas tend to have very telegraphed attacks to enable this. But you'll need to defeat a lot of foes, avoid traps, and finally, defeat the boss of the floor to access the Trials of Ascension. On the other hand, if that sounds too difficult, maybe consider the Trial of the Chaos God, which first appears in Act 3. You'll fight your way through a gauntlet of challenges set by the Trial Master. With each room, you're offered both a reward and a tribulation. Choose these debuffs carefully, as the first one might not feel very impactful, but they add up over the course of a run, and after a few rooms, they could become a serious threat. Within the room, you'll need to do a variety of activities: kill enemies, survive for a certain amount of time, or escort a little object if you're playing an Overwatch map. After completing 3 rooms, you're confronted with a dangerous boss. Defeat it to earn some rewards and access to Altar of Ascension. Currently, the third trial is known. But if you allow me to put on my tinfoil hat for a moment, GG did say I tied one of the game's major factions, and we pretty recently had a PoE winning mechanic that sounded often familiar: Trial of the Ancestors. Could a revamped version of this trial tied to a major faction, the Rui, be that last trial coming to a release? If that is going to show up at some point in Act 4, which based on what we've seen in previous Xbox reveals, has a lot of stuff tied to both the Kurui and Gurrens. Kind of like how the Kurui and the Gurrens trade out of Westmarch, which was a pivotal point of settlers of Cal-Lee. But who knows? Maybe I'm go wrong, and feel free to post your speculation down in the comments below. And next I'm going to go through each of the sentences, play the clip from GG talking about some of the features broken down by class, and then give a few of my own thoughts. It's pretty hard to make build recommendations. I haven't played PoE 2 at all, but we just know so little that it's hard to say what's going to be good in endgame. So instead, I talk about general concepts and what attracts me to each of the classes, or maybe what doesn't attract me to some of the classes.
As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
Alright, so Sorceress looks pretty cool. Stormweaver reminds me a lot of Path of Exile 1's Elementalist, whereas Chronomancer looks totally insane. Stop time, rewind to heal yourself, reset your cooldowns. I mean, that looks game-breaking if done correctly. So I suspect this means that Stormweaver is going to be a very good beginner-friendly pick. The shock amplification means your damage should feel really good, especially throughout the campaign and early endgame. And it also looks like it's pretty hard to mess up, especially if all damage can shock. On the other hand, I don't think Chronomancer is going to be very beginner-friendly, but we are going to see people do totally insane things, break bosses. I don't know, maybe the first kill of the Uber Pinnacle boss is going to be someone playing a Chronomancer who got hit by 0 of the mechanics because they kept hitting their buttons right. I also think we're going to see a lot of clips of streamers dying on Chronomancer because they think they're a bit more clever than they actually are. And I'm also really tempted to try Chronomancer because it looks super cool, and I don't think I'm actually good enough at the game to play it to its full potential.
On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
For the Warrior, you have Warbringer, who has some nice defensive options with the Jade Encasement, and being able to summon spirits from totems should add a nice bit of clear. It kind of reminds me of Earthbreaker Chieftain builds from PoE 1, but maybe finally actually good. This is something else that I think is going to be a very beginner-friendly recommendation, easy to play, solid damage, and a lot of extra reach to help cover for your mistakes. Titan, on the other hand, is about hitting big and hitting hard, somewhat like a Berserker archetype in other games. But instead of getting really mad to hit really fast, he just hits hard, stuns the enemy, and then hits them even harder because he likes punching things when they're down. Now this could lead to some feelings of win more, where you roll over easier bosses, but struggle when you can't stay in the fight long enough to CC stuff. But on the other hand, it could feel really satisfying to CC a boss and during that stagger just completely obliterate their health bar.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never...
Nobody likes to be told what to do, except when someone says, "Hey!"
Hello and welcome, Exile. I think I have enough information to make my decision on what class I'm going to start. And it's gonna be the Sorceress. Everything I've seen, it just seems to take the cake in terms of best potential, and for me, one of the most fun-looking classes to play. Just looking at the fireball explosions with the projectiles going outward, looking at the different skills they showcase with Ball, Lightning, with Spark, with Comet, a lot of the skills, they're big, they're flashy, they're exciting, and I'm pretty pumped about it. Not only that, I think there's scaling to back it up. Number one is the base ascendancies classes they've shown us. Stormweaver is just generically strong so far from what we've seen. We have a cast on crit ability, and we have the ability to do a double shock. And we have 7 nodes that are not known yet. So this seems like it just has really good potential just out of the gate. And The Chronomancer, on the other hand, although I'm not as pumped or thrilled about the nodes they've shown us 3 skill abilities, which I'm not convinced are going to be the strongest. They do look like they could be pretty fun. And then there is potential for the nodes they haven't shown us to be good. It's just sort of the more you don't know, the more there's a chance there could be a really, really good node hidden within these. And I just want to wait and see what that is. So point number 1, skills look exciting. And Ascendancy nodes, there's decent Ascendancy options with Stormweaver and Chronomancer. Offhand chance it could be really good with just maybe these 4 points here are all just really banger nodes. We don't know. Point number 2 has to do with scaling. Of all the classes I've seen, I kind of think the Mana Int Archmage archetype it's pulling away with the freest damage out of all the classes. The reason number 1 is trigger skills mostly synergize with spells. And if you're playing a spell-based character, if you have
To death.
You bastard! Face me!
Get down here! Get down here!
My satchel is full. Power!
I'm not ready.
I need more time. Meat creature! I've no more room. I've nowhere to keep that. Our tools! If you find a bind out there, don't bring it back.
You're still fighting? Oi, I am. Watch yourself out there.
It is good to see you.
Besteo. Remember us when you're famous, eh?
Destruction!
all these extra triggers as extra options, they give you essentially maybe a large portion of additional damage being dealt. If I'm triggering a comet every like 5 casts of my faster casting ability, that could be up to 40% more damage, 50% more damage. Maybe I'm triggering a duration skill. Whatever it is, triggering spells is very powerful. So you have that synergy. Number 2 is, I think, as far as I can tell, the Int mana archetype has the freest damage multipliers of the tree. I'm going to look at these 2 nodes right here. Pure Power, 2% damage per int, and the other node, which is 3% damage per 100 mana. Between these 2 notables, these are the most sizable percent damage increases, I think, on the entire tree, and they synergize together because in order to scale mana effectively, you're going to want to put int on a lot of your gear pieces, so they're just like, they have a perfect pairing. Not only that, Archmage, this buff out of all the reservations seems by far and away the strongest. For every 2,000 mana, you're looking at 100% gain damage is extra, which is just kind of crazy. 2,000 mana, I believe, is going to be very, very easy to hit. But I believe what could be more realistic, I think we're going to see builds that have 3 to 4 to 5,000 mana. And then potentially, if you can figure out a way to make Eldritch Battery work, if it works the way it says and it isn't changed on release, then maybe you could even shoot for 6, 7, 8,000 mana could be a potential number, which makes this node go heavily up in value as well as this go heavily up in value. And both of these things are kind of separate of each other, but they multiply together in terms of the final result you're going to get. Percent damage increases and the gain damage are separate things, and they're both very powerful. So that's point number 1. You have a lot of percent damage you get in terms of just speccing a few nodes on your tree that are right next to each other. The 2% per 10 int is right here, and the 3% per 100 mana is right here. They're like 10 points away from each other, and they're in a very condensed, important part of the tree. Not only that, if you notice, I was hovering over the Whispers of Doom keystone. This is right here as well. I want to point out that I believe, I guess Blasphemy support is probably in the Spirit Gem section, but Blasphemy seems very, very good. From what I can tell, it's a 30 spirit per socketed socketed curse, which means if I want to go dual curse, I could easily go Enfeeble and Tempt Chains, or I could go, let's say, Enfeeble plus like Conductivity, target some like res, something like that. I can't see it being not a no-brainer. For 30 spirit, based on the other reservations I've seen, it's very powerful. And let me point out to the power of the curses we're dealing with here. Enfeeble, just as a good example, is nutty. 16% less damage to unique enemies at level 3. This is crazy powerful. I'm guessing maybe at level 20, maybe it goes up to 20, maybe even 25% less damage in terms of a DR source. This is insane additional tank. And then not only that, there's curses like Temporal Chains, which slows all enemies by 34%. The amount of ability or time addition you have to dodge or get out of dangerous attacks goes up tremendously when you're making an enemy this much slower. If you've ever played PoE where you have a 30% slow on a boss, you know what I'm talking about. That's no freaking joke. So to me, that makes Whispers of Doom a no-brainer. So right out the gate, I see a lot of condensed power in your tree, all really close together. That's a very important part of making a strong character, is if you have very efficient points. And Whispers of Doom, the damage per nodes all being right here, that's just a perfect recipe for power. On top of that, I also want to point out, some people may have said, Lance, how do you know you can get good ES numbers? What makes you think that the ES numbers are going to be the same, etc., etc.? I've heard that quite a few times. Let me break it down for you. Number 1 is your source of ES is dependent on the bases you have. So if you look at here, this is the PoE 2 site right now. We showcase on this character 4 energy shield specific base types. I went through and I looked at every single one of these base types, and I'll show you a boot example right now. This is a level 33 pair of boots. If you look at the PoE 1 boot section on ES boots, you'll notice Scholar boots roll from 23 to 25 flat ES at level 32, and they don't get to 38 ES until about Conjurer boots. The average of the Conjurer boots is about 38 ES or Nightwind. These are level 50 boots. If you compare that to the PoE 2 site, these are level 33 boots and they have 38 ES. My point being is all the bases here are either on par or higher ES than their counterpart ES base in PoE 1. And the point is, if you make a level 30 base that has 38 ES, the level 50 base is not going to have 38 ES. It's the number is going to scale. They're not going to make a low level base be the same as a high level base. Essentially, what I'm trying to communicate here is the ES gear is, as far as I can tell, at the very least on par with PoE 1 ES gear. And also, I believe the bases, they are going beyond level 68, maybe even to level 90. And the reason for that is, from what I could tell, is skill gems scale up to level 20, and at level 20 they have a level 90 requirement. In PoE 1, level 90 or level 20 gems have a level 70 requirement. This is a notable change, but it kind of makes sense because you don't really hit a level 20 gem until you've killed enough monsters to be level 90. So they're probably just making it more on par with, by the time you have the XP to get the next level of the gem, you're like, 5 levels higher or whatever it is. Anywho, what I am seeing here is I'm seeing the potential for there to be maybe level 90 ES bases. Not 100% sure, but it's maybe theoretically there. But aside from the theoretical, if you go to, I don't want to skip around and lose this place of the video, so I'll just showcase you this right here. ES does roll on jewels up to 15%. This could be a 12 to 18% roll, we don't know, but the point is there's good ES numbers on jewels, and I'll come back to that later because percent ES matters. But if you go to the part where they show ROG in this open worlds game PoE 2 demo showcase, you'll notice here in this base re-rolling section that there are level 75 bases. Mainly they hover over a chest piece that is a hybrid armor ES chest piece, which has 1 max res, and I guess it doesn't want to load for me. But anyways, there is a chest piece in this showcase here that they hover over. We'll see if I can pause it correctly when he hovers over it here.
But once you find something that you want to kind of...
You'll see he has a level 75 chest piece. So there's clearly bases that go beyond level 70, and I would wager to bet there are bases that go up to level 90. What this means is the amount of base ES you can get on gear is probably on par with PoE 1, maybe even higher. I would just wager, let's say PoE 1 for I guess generalization's sake. But anyways, another point I want to showcase as well is if you go a little bit further into this video, when he scrolls over, he hovers over an ES chest piece. You'll notice this ES chest piece has a roll that says 107% increased energy shield. That is on par with a T1% energy shield roll in PoE 1, which means the percent increases you can get on gear is on par, or for all we know, this is like a tier 2 or tier 3 ES roll and you can get more. We don't know. There's a lot of throwbacks to stuff that was similar to what we saw in PoE 1 really early, like some of the things like Eldritch Battery is a throwback to the very old version of Eldritch Battery. For all we know, they might throw back to the old ES roll rangers where you could roll up to 150% ES. We don't know, but I'm going to theorize that this, let's just say the T1 is comparable. I have also seen a flat ES roll of, I believe, 88 energy shield in PoE 1. The flat ES roll you can get up to is 100 flat. I think that means roughly the ES rolls could be comparable on gear. I'm saying all this to say, essentially, the flat ES number you can end up with a chest piece looks like it can be comparable. In PoE 1, you can get anywhere from 2k to 3k flat ES if you have well-rolled ES gear pieces, a shield, body armor, a helmet, boots, gloves, stuff like that. So, point number 1, base ES, you can get to 2 to 3,000. Point number 2, percent ES scaling on the tree is massive. I showed you the jewel that rolled up to 15% ES. Now, let me give you a little bit of the rundown of the ES nodes on tree. This notable right here, 30% ES. This notable right here, 28% ES. This notable right here, 40% ES. There's a notable up here by that lightning area where I said, hey, there's a bunch of good nodes. It's literally right here, 60% ES. And it's not like the small nodes next to it are a joke either. When you look at the small nodes, 15% ES, 15% ES. And it's not just the basic nodes that are just percent ES. It's also the hybrid nodes. This node right here, I'm pretty sure is 20% ES, 20% evasion. And I even remember when I was looking at a Bad Shira video, a small armor energy shield node was 12%, 12%. I'm saying all this to communicate the access to percent ES, even though we don't have percent ES scaling with intelligence, is large. We're looking at somewhere in the range of 300 to 500% increased ES, I believe is fairly realistic with 20 to 30 points invested on your tree, and that could get you to that level of percent ES scaling. Now, if you have 400% ES and you have 3k base ES, guess what? All of a sudden you have a build with 15,000 energy shield. That's no joke, and that's not a number that life builds are going to be able to compete with. So, I'm making my point for how much ES you can get and why that's strong. Now let me move on to another point entirely. Besides the fact you can get good ES gear, you can also get I mentioned earlier the gain is extra and the percent damage. You can also get damage multipliers like Sigil of Power, which at 4 stages gives, what is that? 64? No, I can't count. 66% more? No, 56% more damage. There's multipliers like this in the game on top of those other ones, which just are going to stack. And you can stack all these things, Archmage, Sigil of Power, this percent damage scaling. The thing you're missing is cast speed. From what I can tell, cast speed's kind of rare to get. Not a lot of I've seen on the tree, or at least in Dreamcore's video and the videos I've seen, people have not showcased them speccing cast speed nodes. So I don't really know how much there is on the tree. But you have all these base hard hitting nodes. What can you follow that up with? You can follow that up with skills that have a duration. Connor made this point in his stream last night when I was just chilling, and I think it was a great point, which is duration skills deal a ton of damage, and they don't have the orb condition. In PoE 1, they specifically balanced Archmage skills by not letting them be used with orb tagged skills, because the hard downside of Archmage is, here's a bunch of extra mana cost attached to your skill at the baseline, but we're not going to let you use it with the skills that you cast once and they last for 5 seconds, because that'll give you a lot of damage for one singular cast. So the idea is you can use something like Firestorm in PoE 2, and it doesn't have the limitation where you can't use it with Archmage, and that will work for Firestorm, that'll work for Lightning Storm, and these are skills that hit. This is a 10-second duration skill, which can hit the same enemy every 0.4 seconds, so that's about 25 times. So you can cast a skill that's going to hit the enemy 25 times over the course of its duration, and you can layer these things together. You don't necessarily have to spam cast where you might delete too much of your mana too fast. You can do a Lightning Storm, then a Firestorm, run around a bit type of thing. It encourages a playstyle where you get to cast these hard-hitting skills that have this big duration where they deal a lot of damage, and their base downside is, hey, we have a pretty big mana cost initially, and that base initial mana cost doesn't really matter in the context of Archmage, where every single skill is getting the 5% of your mana as added flat. And it means the difference between a Orb of Storms, let's say, which is 23 versus 44, if 5% of your mana is 200 mana, then it's 244 mana versus 223. The difference between these skills is no longer one skill to cost twice as much, but rather they both cost pretty much about 5% of your mana plus a little bit of a negligible amount that doesn't matter. So some of the downsides of these big duration skills gets nullified. I don't know if I'm making my points very clearly, but I'll give you a little write-up as well of basically some of the thoughts I have when I've been looking at these characters. Some of the things that I could perceive as issues. Outright, base EHP is very high. If you scale into a decent amount of ES and then a decent amount of mana, they have to kill your whole ES pool, and then they have to kill your whole mana pool to kill you. That's a large amount of time for you to maybe duck out of some big damage, proc your recharge, stuff like that. Not only that, there's some easy raw mitigation like Enfeeble. We don't really know a lot of mitigation sources that are available. Like, we don't know we don't know what the formula is for armor or evasion. We don't really know how accessible max res is on gear. There's a lot of like missing like question marks of terms of mitigation, but I would wager there's probably going to be at least a couple sources where we can spec into or invest into gear wise, which should give us some more mitigation. But right out the gate, having the potential to get something like 15k ES and 5k mana and then a 25 DR like Enfeeble, that already puts us at a pretty tanky threshold that I would wager the devs haven't really balanced the bosses around being able to deal that much damage, at least not in a one-shot mechanic for the most part. We'll see if I get skill checked on that one. Avoidance, I'm thinking block seems reasonable. I know they showcased a weapon like this that says +5 lightning, 100 mana, 119% spell damage, gain is extra, and you might think, holy crap, that's insane. But I gotta be honest with you, I am more impressed with the scepters, which have spirit reservations, along with free auras, along with the potential. We'll see. I'm hoping scepters can roll, like, they can at least roll mana. I'm hoping they can roll other relevant stats for a solar player on top of using a shield. I really think a shield with block, higher ES scaling is going to do us a little bit better than a staff will, mainly because staff is a big loss in defenses. I'm looking around for my thing and I'm like scrolling through the tabs, but it's right here. So anyways, I'm thinking potentially a staff might be bait, and I could see shield scepter making sense. We'll see. It really depends on what's the roll ranges, what can we get on shield, stuff like that, but I'll look into it. Recovery is going to be as far as I can tell, investing in a mana regen nodes for sustaining our self-cast. In this video, the Sigil of Power powers up pretty quickly, which means this guy is spending, I think in the video, he powered this up over the course of maybe 8 seconds while dodging for half of the time. So he was spending like 50% mana per second, and he was able to afford the casting. So he invested into mana regen, and it seems like the sustain was decent. We don't know how much he spec'd on his tree or how much he had on gear, but it seems reasonable to invest in mana regen. That might just be the way to do it. There could also be potentially some cheese factor with, if you look at, I guess I don't have the support gems open, but I was going to say, if you look at the something like Essence Harvest, maybe there's something where you could proc a Summoning Raging Spirits and have those die to proc you mana recovery. That might be potential. There could be some cheese there. We'll see. But the point is, initially, I'm thinking it's going to be probably mana regen for mana. ES, Zealot's Oath kind of got killed for ES, and it's probably going to be based around ES Recharge. There is no Ghost Reaver from what I've been told. So ES Recharge, investing in those nodes is going to make sense. ES Recharge in PoE 1 is a little bit of a meme, but I think it's going to make more sense in the context of PoE 2, where they're not balancing the game around us having constant, instantaneous movement skills, which means enemies are easier to dodge. There's probably going to be less chip damage, and Recharge is going to be, in my opinion, probably stronger in that context. Granted, they killed the recharge time. They took it back from 2 seconds to 4 seconds, so it's a slower recharge time. But I still think it's going to be a lot stronger feeling in PoE 2 versus PoE 1, but we'll see how that goes. Technically, you could grab Eternal Youth and use a Life Flask on your ES pool, but I think ES Recharge is going to be a better route. Next up, there's potential to do things like recover on block percent with Aegis. There's a node on the tree in the Bad Cheer video he hovered over. So there could be some recovery on blocks, sorts of situations you go for. We'll see if that ends up being a thing or not. Other things are reducing enemy speed with like something like Temp Chains. Depends if we want to go DPS for like a Res Curse or Temp Chains for a Make the Enemy Not Move curse. We'll see. And then just looking at generic damage scaling stuff, the duration-based skills, the ability to inflict critical weakness with like Eye of Winter or a Malice Aura, and then of course the things I mentioned earlier with scaling, percent damage scaling, Archmage. Anyways, that's just kind of my base level thoughts of why I'm thinking Sorceress for the PoE 2 launch. I'm fairly convinced it's going to be a fun time. There's a lot of fun looking spells. I've been going through the PoE 2 DB. Fireball looks like a lot of fun. Spark looks like it could be solid. Those duration skills, I think, have a lot of potential with Archmage setups. And a lot of these trigger things, like the cast on crit skill in the Stormweaver, or even the cast on crit, cast on ignite, cast on shock, all these trigger supports for reservations seem like they could be a lot of fun. And I am just really pumped about it. So anyways, that's my thoughts on my starter for Path of Exile 2. I think I'm going to go Sorceress. Of course, as we get more details, who knows? They can...
Or like,
ladies and gentlemen.
So if you want to get over here, you need to like backtrack up to the right and come around. Notables hovered over. Like Temporal Rift is dog shit in PoE 1 because in the first version of the game, recovery is instant. You can just go to full HP instantly whenever you want on like when you get hit, which is like extra defense, I guess, but then less damage. I don't even know how many nodes we get for lab. The thing with Kessler's being doubled, assuming you still have minus res from like the campaign, it's not as good as you'd think. Like to get to 85 KS res, you need to be at positive 43 KS res. So if you start with minus 60, you still need 106 instead of 146. So it's not really that useful, like the doubling part, assuming there is the minus res stuff still. Minus 120 is above. What if it doubles the value? Well, it just depends on how it works. Like this text is also in PoE 1, and if you have negative 20, it makes you negative 40. Even though you have positive 40 KS res on your gear, you would still be at negative 40 because it would multiply your negative 20 by 2. But like just this mana leech plus ES leech shit, this seems extremely broken if leech works even close to how it currently works. I just like, I'm trying to think of a way where leech can be useful and this isn't broken, and I'm struggling. I have no idea how much life we actually get. Oh, too. It seems super low in the betas we saw because there's no life in the tree. You really didn't get that much life. What was time snap? Oh yeah. Cooldown reset. There are skills in this game with longer cooldowns. Like 20-second and like 30-second cooldown skills. Not sure how many there are, but we'll see. But this is all pretty neat. Deadeye. I don't give a fuck about Deadeye. Like, this looks like a PoE 1 Ascendancy almost. Where it doesn't have all this like cool new shit. It's just like yeah, like, have fun. Like, your numbers are higher. And then these other things, I got an Infernal Hound, Demon Form, and like, what was all this shit? Manas are replaced by Flame. Gain Flame instead of spending mana. So when you spend mana, you gain Flame. Whenever you cap out your fire, it drains all your fire, and then you take damage. It's like a weird version of Life Tap, basically. Or like Blood Magic. Like, everything is now effectively free, but if you spend too much and you get your flame to fill up too fast, you kill yourself. It is fire damage, though. It's not losing life. It's a hit. There's going to be some shit with this that's super broken based on self-hitting, where you set up your character so, like, one cast caps you and then instantly resets you. Because if you have low flame and high cost, you'll instantly go to full, then zero, then full, then zero, and there's going to be something broken. I don't know if it's going to be in the game yet, but this will be broken at some point. Flame loop, yep. No more word loop. Hello, flame loop. Yeah, also just having 20% DR from a dog, that's kind of cool. I don't know what demon form does, but like defense doesn't come easily in this game. It doesn't really come from the tree. There's no life nodes. Like, early game defense doesn't exist. So like having this kind of shit, very nice. No one will ever press meditate. Do you imagine like stopping what you're doing, spending 2 ascendancy points, channeling for 3 seconds to temporarily gain WS, master E players in shambles? What if you're CI? Yeah, I mean, if you're tanking like some boss ability, I could see it. Like, if you're CI taking a boss ability, it could be good. But like, come on, just attack instead. Just do damage. Unless you're playing like a full AFK build, like you're playing like ward loop, and then you're just fucking meditating the whole time to recover your ES and be at full. Unbound Avatar is the thing from. So you have to pick one of these two to go into Unbound. Basically, just pick the damage type to do more damage as, get the ground effects, and then you get Unbound. You can't have both Unbound and these little circles. These like little expression things, that seem cool. But if you only have 6 points, you can't get it all because it's here and here. This one's really weird with the support gem restriction. If you have like 9 6 links, let's say 2 of those are using like meta gems for like auras and like something else. You have 7 6 links. That's already 35 supports, and you can only use each support once. This is now up to 50 supports. Like, that's a lot of gems. I like it. I feel like at some point you're just going to be putting in gems of a certain color just for the max res and not even caring about the actual gem itself. Like, that's a lot of fucking gems when they're unique. How much max res can you get here? I said 50 supports. Yeah, I mean, this is actually kind of disgusting. If you're like, if boss fights are very thematic, where you have like, shapers like all cold damage and like a little bit of fire lightning, elders all cold damage, exarchs all fire damage. If boss fights are kind of like that still in PoE 2, and like, let's say the last 30 supports you even use are just worthless because you're only using 4 or 5 skills, you can just socket in like 25 gems of whatever color you need just for the max res. Just to get max res of one type for one fight. That's kind of cool. Like, this seems pretty strong. I don't like, are you really gonna need 12
clue. There has been a few selected content creators, sorry, that were able to play PoE 2 in Los Angeles and certain events, I think like Gamescom and stuff, but in the end of the day, all these people just played a little bit of the campaign, maybe one or few selected characters. So if you're wondering what's going to be the strong leveling uniques and stuff like that, absolutely nobody has a clue. I think that is very, very good because other games showed, for example, Diablo 4 is like the prime example, right? There has been content creators that were able to play Diablo 4 for like a month or even longer than that and could already kind of like solve the game, so they already knew what's going to be good and so on and so forth. None of that will exist in Path of Exile 2, and this video should more likely serve as a purpose of giving you maybe like a different mindset in going into the Path of Exile 2. So personally, as I said, really like that, kind of like going in completely blind, because even if you have like me, for example, 15,000 hours in Path of Exile 1, not a lot is going to help you in a Path of Exile 2, especially when it comes to the character selection as well as the, what you're supposed to do, because we don't even know anything about the, let's say, the scaling aspect. For example, Righteous Fire, one of the most fan favorite builds of PoE 1. We know that there is going to be Righteous Fire in Path of Exile 2, but you know, who tells you or who says that this is actually going to be a good skill in PoE 2? Because, you know, scaling wise, there is no balance patches, no patch manifesto or whatsoever. Maybe we're going to get some bits and pieces, but I highly doubt that. Kat, do you know which place you're going to take now? Or I'm trying to record a video here, but yeah, it's fine. So I want to say with that, just because a skill is good in PoE 1 doesn't necessarily mean this skill is going to be good in PoE 2 as well. Me, for example, I'm somebody, I always pick specs and classes and ascendancies based on, I wouldn't necessarily say the fantasy, but more or less like how cool does it look like, right? So my personal pick when I saw the announcement trailer was definitely Infernalist, Hellcaller, Pet Ignite, Demon Lady, something, you know, because goddamn that this looks insanely cool, and this is exactly what I'm after. If something looks interesting and cool, I'm gonna pick that. Maybe it's going to be the strongest build of the entire season, or league, or early access, whatever. It's might gonna be the worst build, you know? I don't even know which kind of like uniques are going to be there, or what kind of like skills you want to pair up to get the most out of it, how to even sustain the demon form. But these are the things that I'm really looking forward to try out. If you're still unsecure what kind of like builds or what you should do, it's basically you just ask yourself, do you feel like playing a melee build and go with a warrior? You know, do you feel like going a minion build, go with the necromancer or whatever ascendancies they're gonna have for the minion specific types? The same thing with the skill tree, right? I saw a lot of similarities from the new skill tree to the old one. For example, certain positionings on the witch side, the lightning, fire, cold cluster, and so on, they are gonna be there in PoE 2. So I think even though it's completely revamped skill tree basically, I still think there's going to be a lot of similarities from the original Path of Exile 1 skill tree. So I would definitely suggest you just go jump right into it and just pick whatever you think is cool, because it might be the best build that you maybe ever played, or even the best build of the entire early access, or it's going to be the worst. Nobody knows. Just pick and play whatever skill you like, just to have this like mindset and trying to just have fun. And if you're stuck, there is always a lot of like content creators, good and bad content creators, that you can follow that maybe help you out. For example, you want to start a mercenary, maybe pick a content creator that is also the starting mercenary, because the good thing about content creators is they usually play a freak ton of time, and we talk about like 15 hours a day or something, right, for the first month straight. So they're probably going to be further than you and maybe ran into issues and solved those issues already, up to this part where you're maybe be stuck, so you can ask those questions. And I don't want to name any content creators. We're going to have lots of new content creators and stuff like that, but I think it's always valuable to follow somebody that you like and that is playing the same build as you do, right? Just so, you know, gets maybe a little bit easier. But who knows? Who knows? I'm definitely looking very forward to the release. I'm going to stream like every day anyways, like like I'm used to. And as I said, I'm gonna pick the Demon Lady just because it looks freaking cool, and I love Ignite. I personally don't even know if Ignite's gonna be a good thing in PoE 2. Like, you know, there's gonna be so much crazy things. There's gonna be bugs. There's gonna be everything. We're gonna have to wait for the first balance patches. But I think it's very, very exciting, and I hope you have yeah, you can share this kind of mindset of just going blindly, because in the end of the day, you can only play the campaign for the first time only once, right? So even though back in the days when I started PoE 1, I had like over 100 deaths on my Cyclone, Marauder, whatever it was, right? The first character that I played, I took like 40 hours to even finish the campaign. I had over 100 deaths, but I enjoyed every single death of it, or level of it, or, you know, the experience itself, because this is, you can only play it for the first time only one time, right? So take the best out of it, just pick whatever you feel like is cool, and then just go with the flow. And I wish everybody, hopefully, a wonderful start into the early access. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in, thanks for watching, and see you in the next video.
Alright guys, Path of Exile 2 Leaked Ascendancy, No Mercy looks giga strong here by Fearless Dumbo. Log in.
Welcome to the first of many Path of Exile 2 videos on my channel. And
Hell yeah.
there's some newly leaked Ascendancy information for Witch Hunter, which I plan on building a boss killer for in 2 short weeks. If you're new here, I am a Path of Exile bossing specialist, and most of my content revolves around efficient scaling of damage and mechanics of use
I like
to
this
delete
guy already.
bosses.
Bossing
I spend a ton
specialist,
of energy
boys.
testing and constructing thorough build guides.
Hell
so
yeah.
if that's something you're looking for, drop me a like and subscribe. I also don't like beating around the bush, so let's start with the new Ascendancy information.
Straight to the point, my man.
First, credit to user Thick as Thieves, who capped these from Open World Games' recent video, and I went back and capped one more Ascendancy travel node, which is where we'll start. The 2 small nodes we didn't know about before are 6% CDR on the way to Judge, Jury, and Executioner, and 35% increased damage with hits against low life
Man,
enemies.
this class is gonna be so
Now, I'd
strong.
already started recording this video before seeing this, and was planning on mentioning that Decimating Strike, the pre-call Ascendancy notable, has a nice side effect of boosting the effectiveness of any modifier for low life. If a
This is so insane, man. Like these are the chunks you can do. It's like a guaranteed damage chunk on the boss. Well, not guaranteed, but on the first hit you have a chance to basically chunk the boss for like a massive amount of HP.
mob starts at 70% health, most of the time they're alive. They're going to be triggering low life effects. CDR is useful for grenade builds, which I plan on leaning into because all of the grenades have cooldowns. Those are great, but the real meat are the 2 new major Ascendancy nodes. The first is Culling Strike on the way to Witchbane. Culling's been completely reworked in PoE 2. Now it slides on a monster rarity scale from 30% to 5%. This greatly improves its utility in mapping.
Yeah, so Culling Strike, my friends, is basically like executing or instantly killing the monster. And it works like differently for different kind of monsters. Here you can see, like, if you basically Culling Strike a monster that has a normal monster that has 30% life, it's going to instantly die. And the same for Magic, Rare, and Uniques, which are boss at 5%. So that's gonna be rocking.
Scenarios, because Cull was more or less a dead mod in PoE 1 when you're
Finisher,
mapping, but
yeah.
it reduces its effectiveness.
Execute
in boss
from
encounters.
D4.
I actually really like this change. It always felt weird to get a flat 10% and for it to be so situationally useful. The second and much bigger deal, in my opinion, is No Mercy, which synergizes with Witchbane. No Mercy gives 30% more damage based on the enemy's missing
So we learned more damage, guys, is X. It's a multiplier. If anything says increased damage, it's plus. And if it says more, it's basically an indication for a multiplier, X. So this is basically a 1.3x damage to enemies based on their missing concentration. Let's go. That's so crazy,
This is
actually.
a new mechanic in PoE 2 that enemies get from Witchbane, so there are many unknowns, but what we do know is that words in PoE are extremely important, so let's take a quick look at Witchbane. Enemies have maximum concentration equal to 40% of their life pool.
Okay, he's cooking,
You can
boys.
break an enemy's concentration on hit equal to 100% of damage dealt. I had a discussion with If and Jeff, who is also a mechanics nerd, about this, and to us, it reads like breaking other status buffs like armor. So if we throw in Decimating Strike, which is another Witch Hunter Ascendancy, we start with up to 30% of their life pool gone with our first hit. Now only Mark from GGG knows exactly how this works, but based on the way Jonathan described it and a careful inspection of the footage, damage from
Dude, he instantly deals 250,000 damage to this boss.
Works, but based on the way Jonathan described it and a careful inspection of the footage, damage from Decimating Strike counts as part of that first hit. So you can load up a juiced explosive grenade that can grind off whatever Decimating Strike missed to get you over the remainder of the 40% threshold. The rest of the boss's health bar should just melt away. Obviously,
this guy is cooking, man. And what we were thinking about, what if you... Let me exit full screen so you can see this. What if you have a party of 6 that all use this mercenary with this ability? If you get lucky enough, it's just gonna insta-kill the boss. Like you have 3 people that hit for 30%, like the boss is basically dead. And you can have 6 people in the party. Oh my god, man, this is gonna be so wild, maybe. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna think a bit out of the box, like, but that might go like completely crazy, depending on like if they thought about this or how all this is gonna work. We'll find out soon enough, boys. Just throwing ideas.
Inspection of the footage, damage from Decimating Strike counts as part of that just melt away. Obviously, there's a lot of testing to do. Nothing is certain, but I would also like to point out that when combining this with Culling Strike, it's an extremely potent map clear combination. For anything in maps, between 10 and 60% of a monster's health bar becomes irrelevant, which is a crazy thing to say out loud.
That's crazy.
Particularly because these are raw percentages removed and wouldn't be affected by things that usually make monsters tankier, like delirium or additional resistances, outside of you needing to still cross that threshold to proc No Mercy. From an Ascendancy perspective, this is exactly what I plan on trialing about.
GGG would hotfix that immediately if it works. Okay, well then it's great. We're gonna find it out. Like, this is one of the reasons they said why early access is there in the first place. It's to figure out these kind of crazy mechanics, because they are like super knowledgeable about the game, right? Like, you can clearly tell the developers have a lot of passion. They play the game a ton, and so on and so on and so on. But something will still slip through the cracks, guys, because the game is so complex. I think Jonathan said it himself in the announcement that he's actually looking forward to see like what kind of crazy combinations and potentially
Relieve your 10 worst cold.
What have we got? Stick to the cairns.
For what it isn't worth. There is no end. For what it isn't worth. Thank you. I think.
Together, we will rebuild.
While Bone Shatter is Bone Shatter is equipped.
Face me! You were no one! Destruction! You won't get away from me. Rage all you want, beast. Crush them!
Crush them!
So this is where the clanless live. There are far more of them than I expected.
By decree of the Count of...
That voice. What sinister shadow lurks here?
Destruction!
Crush them! I've nowhere to keep that.
What have we got? If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Fear will best you! You were no worry! Feel my wrath! Brittle! Dodge this! I must destroy this before it goes any further. Shut up! I've nowhere to keep that.
Oi, it's you! You're Renly's found. I am Finn, owner's house. Unless everyone Claire fell so. Come back soon.
How can I help? Go well. How can I help? Till next time.
Crush them!
As you hold down the button for Perfect Strike, your character will charge up. If you release at exactly the right moment, you'll create a large explosion in front of you. Shield Charge is best used for stunning a small group of enemies.
Tower!
To death.
You bastard! Face me!
Get down here!
I'm not ready. I need more time. Meat creature! I've no more room. I've nowhere to keep that.
Our tools! If you find a pint out there, don't bring it back.
You're still fighting? Oi, I am... Watch yourself out there.
It is good to see you.
Best deal. Remember us when you're famous, eh?
Destruction!
riddance!
Stronger with every strike.
No warrior.
I'm not ready.
Sir.
A relic. Ready your men, only get one chance.
And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
Use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging between enemies or spraying out tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little... Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies. We'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically. So we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits which summon Fiery Skull each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create
can't yet. I can't yet.
Geonor must be made to answer for his crime.
I can't yet. Face me!
What madness is this? Desecrator.
Don't move!
sacred anymore.
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging.
That's him. One of us will not leave this manor alive. Let's try! I've no more room. I'm not ready.
Time is nigh. Our triumph is at hand.
Forward!
Shadow!
While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators when they are close to being heavy stunned. Use Bone Shatter to heavy stun them instantly. As you hold down the button for Perfect Strike, your character will charge up. If you release shield. While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators.
Horrific! They're insane! Crush them!
whatever we need. Kill him, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
You are nothing but a tyrant!
Bend the knee! First one's iron! Easy prey! Great Wolf, have you! You will pay for that! First one's higher! Oriana! Open the cage! Release the beast! Give me what you promised! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you! Requiem and high. Swift as death. Cursed or gifted. Branded and afflicted. Your veins chilled. Anger again has slain. Solstice of pain. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation. Requiem and high. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Destruction! Chilling frost. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Chilling frost. Requiem on high. No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
You are nothing but a tyrant!
Easy prey! That will not go unpunished! Torture
desolation. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. I'm now the ruin. I'm now the impaler. Imbued of the moon. Swift as death. Cursed or gifted. Commanded and afflicted. Your veins chilled. And again slain. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Freezing gale. I can't yet. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Chilling frost. First one, hear me! Feast upon this tyrant's soul! My satchel is full.
Count Geonor is dead. We can finally start. Go well.
You've done well. The darkness.
Be careful.
The village has been destroyed. We must infiltrate the manor. We must pursue the fledgling beast. Betrayal of... The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Bastille. We should find the Marikath caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land. What a strange being.
Add a couple of ingredients.
Now this might be just what I need.
size, but little acuity. Dismal.
What a fighter! Come and speak with the other.
Is this all that remains?
Where have you been, lad? I've been worried sick. Well, we could sorely use you. There's a beast.
The Count must die for what he has done to us.
Kindness is a rare trait in these times, for good reason.
We can't leave the war. If you could channel
You're
your
alive. Well, you
violence
must
against
be.
this devourer, as Finn calls it, we'd be indebted to you.
Welcome to the camp. Welcome to the camp. Stay safe, if you can.
Darkness holds no power without light. A descent into darkness. Is this how curiosity ends?
Ah!
as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. Falls ice to build and uses a burning line that not only damages fire, lightning, but have the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Storm. A firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are two options as these. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a shield also gives you access to shield skills like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now, we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity match. Starting in Act 2, available. Drastically affect Storm summoned each time you do a critical answer and more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types become a crone with time to orient. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each Blood Mage. Sets enemies on fire. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a blood mage, a master of life and energy. All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker. With elemental expression, the invoker will explore the dark forests of old for a challenge. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely
The raven always outsmarts the word.
allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits.
It is good to see you.
Separated, we can breathe a bit. If you find a fight out there, do bring it back.
Grellwood has changed, and not for the better.
Just wait!
Tree of Souls.
The Tree of Souls. Those blue Renly. I'll wait here. The tree will protect me. Those blue to release that beam.
These were not my ancestors, but I still choose to respect their power. Just wait.
Very loud and very dull.
Area spot, I would ask.
The Tree of Souls must bend to my will now.
Where have you been? Well, we could sorely use you.
It's fine work, Father. I still have much to learn.
Renly's done it. You're alive. Welcome.
I love! I called you! No escape! Children, call to me!
Oh, I hate to put down a sister witch, but you were beyond saving. smells of black thaumaturgy. Did nobody tell you? The Empire is dead, and so are you.
At last, it's open! Praise the first ones! Quickly, come with me, we still have time! Isabel, Torko, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer! Hammer and anvil!
If you can't control them, they will control you.
You found them. Yes. This. So if we.
How can I help? Oi.
I don't know. It's in...
How can I help?
The Forbidden Books don't mention anything like this altar. I should ask her. It was getting fun. Die! Beautiful. Even the darkest corner is ablaze.
death.
Great Wolf, take you, bastard!
Steel yourself! The guillotine drops. The guillotine drops. The guillotine drops. The guillotine drops.
Stop! Just wait! Surely we can...
You shouldn't have come back here.
Great Wolf, take you, bastard! That's
Asunder! Hammer and hammer! Be crushed! Cut asunder! I will finish what I started. Cut asunder!
Do it!
Get down here! Cut asunder! Severed in half!
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can...
You shouldn't have come back here.
Great Wolf, thank you, bastard!
Die! My would-be executioner. Who is the true master of death? Not you.
For what it is.
How goes the fight? Welcome, if I don't got it. The hero. Why, look, it's our local hero.
This is a custom sticker, and this is a custom label. Both are printed on vinyl and have a matte finish, and both can be printed and cut to any shape.
The Tree of Souls. Oh, sorry. I was just asking.
very loud and very dull. Too much clutter. Too much clutter. Too much clutter.
Here I would have. Stick to the cairns.
The Tree of Souls must be.
Oh, the name's Finn. Have we? The name's Finn. Spirit. Oh,
I can't do that here. monstrosity. Do it! Such ancient forces stirring. That one.
I sent. I sent.
I don't take orders. corpse to serve me.
calls. Just die already! No escape! I require your aid, Draven! I will not accept such insolence! Your soul is mine! Hold my love, I call. Together once more.
Oh, I hate to put down Sister Witch, but you...
Yes? Yes?
descent into darkness. Is this how curiosity ends?
Good night!
The raven always outsmarts the worm.
Separate, we can breathe a bit in.
Can't do that here.
Align the sequence of the... what did I want to say? Of the gameplay with us superimposed, like as if we were streaming, right? And then I want to cut it together for the moments, and maybe I don't use the audio, but then at least I can do like a voiceover and explain what was happening at the time.
Encounter's one of my favorite bosses. It's a challenge without being unintuitive or bullshit.
Yeah.
In any way.
It was the mist phase that actually almost got it.
Yeah, that's probably the hardest part.
That was intense. 0 flat charges left right at the end. It was pretty hard. Very close. We used this one
Evasion? Is that a lot? Probably not. Okay, travel to the graveyard, search for grave. That's all we have to do. Yep, let's go. I'm quickly gonna vendor.
So now we want to go here.
The tomb and then left to the graveyard. Oh wait, that is a graveyard.
Search for the
Count's grave.
In the graveyard, search for Draven.
Ooh, this looks dangerous. Oh, shit.
We want to try, I think, and clear ads first, whatever these do.
I have no idea where I am, dude. Can I switch up the menu map? Yeah, we'll go. Ooh. Rare chest piece. Pilgrim's Vestments, Armor Energy Shield. Sounds like a summoner chest piece.
It is my base, but I'm using this thing.
Sure.
Life rage this.
Yeah, I kind of want to keep my armor evasion as well. Yeah, this is lightning res, but who cares? We could vendor it. Disenchanted for maybe we can get out shards. Or at least we can verify whether we can get. Oh, one of them is rare again.
Yep, there's someone in there. Who's that? Oh, that big guy there. He dropped nothing.
Item filter too strict. No, it's not. It shows all garbage. Yeah, they really need to make it so they can like color code your character somehow.
We do. There's a yellow circle around me and a blue circle around
That's
you.
way too small to see in the middle of combat.
Oh.
And like it also gets covered. Look here, in my position. Do you
Yeah.
see that there's?
Yeah.
Right. Like if my entire character had like a blue glow and yours had a red glow, like you can do it with MTX. The thing is, the solution is in the game when you pay
I think
for it anyway.
this is already enough. The problem is it needs to be on the number one layer. No matter how many abilities or other mobs or walls or anything are there, that arrow and circle should be shown at front.
Yeah.
Because that's enough. Like when the screen is clear, that's clear and obviously enough for us. It's only when it becomes a mess.
Long water staff again, but this time higher heirloom and uncut skill.
Man, fuck.
On my minions. Ooh, elk. I want that. Give
Too
me
late, I got it.
Wait, you already had an elk.
Yeah, now I got two. Do you actually have a weapon worth putting it on?
Yeah, I have a new long quarterstaff.
Oh, you do?
base.
You do?
And
Okay.
my current one is blue, so this one doesn't have the... No, it has the same implicit. But it's higher eye level, so potentially, I mean, this one's eye level 7, mine was eye level 5, I don't know whether that makes a difference. Maybe we should wait for a better base, I don't know. My damage is also okay right now.
It's on the floor.
I'll take it, but I'll keep it for the next base. I'm sure there's gonna be a new one soon. Surely. Do you think we're gonna go up there? Like,
nah.
It's probably bottom left, right?
Yeah.
Like bottom corner.
Ooh! They're the ones that explode.
Oh.
Careful. They're the ones that that's that molten shovel shit on us.
Oh yeah, no, they also have a slam. Like, that was probably, I don't know. What is this? That one doesn't seem too dangerous. Oh, it doesn't interrupt though.
You say, I don't know. You're gonna get away with that.
Oh, there's some. Oh.
Nailed it.
I think the first video I'm gonna make about this is like talk about it and introduce it to people as if they haven't watched the recent footage, like present it to people who basically have been disengaged with the game since early Necropolis League.
Well, hang on, down there.
Area, we walked past it. True.
Into the mausoleum. Is this where we're going?
Yeah, but like, what about, oh yeah, Praetor Raid. Yeah, some of these boss encounters are brutal.
No, it's not the boss encounters. I just keep making mobs and just not.
Oh, is that the ones with the
They're like poison and blood mobs.
Are those the ones with the there's like a pillar and you talk to it and all the mobs come out?
No, they're just. I just keep running around looking for something and ignoring them.
Oh.
I just keep making mobs.
Oh, you pulled them together like a sheep herder.
Well, that's because that's what you would do in PoE 1 because you just outrun them all.
Exactly.
But now they just keep coming at you?
Yeah.
You can't do that.
That's what I'm figuring. I haven't cooked yet.
Time to craft some wolf speed food. That's honestly what we probably should be doing with the Alks, right? Like throw them at white boot bases so we can finally get some wolf speed.
Yeah?
I don't know, man.
Do I need, like, am I desperate for move speed like I would be in PoE 1? I don't feel it.
Yeah, that is a question. Like,
there's a rare somewhere.
Wolf speed always feels great, right? Oh, I don't know. No. Let me get that bell out. Run out of mana again.
I think I've stopped using mana flasks, if that helps.
How does that help?
It doesn't. The tree that gave me the mana regen was the end of my mana problems. I was like, thank you.
I just need to level, but like I don't know. I'm in doubt that I can reach the mana region. Before we quit.
I don't know about quit. We're not quitting.
Just take them one by one.
We're getting kicked out is what's happening. Like, I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving on my own terms.
Yeah. If they're like, alright, the event's over, you guys can leave at your own will, I'm gonna sit here until someone comes up and says, yo, like, you actually have to stop now. They'll be like, right, my bad. It must be this way. That's probably enough. level zone here? See, it's only a level 8 zone.
So we should be too full clearing it.
Yeah.
Probably go to the bottom corner.
Hello again, everyone. We're approaching the 1 hour mark until show's over. We recommend pretty soon shutting down, especially if you have a lot of footage to copy over. It may take up to an hour to copy footage, especially if you've recorded a lot today. So please consider stopping soon and beginning the process of copying onto USB. Thank you.
Is there nothing else down there? That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck?
Maybe it's just a room where breaches can spawn, so they don't get anything out of them.
Yeah. Alright. We want to go that way, so... Luckily, we've already uploaded all of our footage except this one, so we don't have to worry about that sentence.
And I mean, last time we copied like 4 full hour or 3.5, and then it didn't take
It
that
was
long.
still like
right?
10
We went
minutes
for
or something?
coffee and the smoke, and we came back. It was done.
We're only gonna have this
It probably was, like it was at 71% when I left here, right?
Oh, hello.
The copying was at 71% when I left. Yeah, it's fine.
Woo, woo.
Are we freezing this dude or are we freezing this dude?
You are.
Well, the thing is, if we're freezing the bell, then your damage on the bell also causes the bell to deal code damage in the waves.
I kind of feel like you should be dragging them away from those skulls. But I don't actually know what they do. It just feels like what you should be doing. You don't want to base camp all that or anything. Oh, no, you do. You're fine.
Just never use class mechanics. Alright. Time to get one step closer to the mana.
Hello again, everyone. 2 more quick announcements. Firstly, please remember to scan the QR code here and take the survey. This is a different survey from the one we came around asking you questions. And also, somebody dropped their room key. If you're room 2943 in the red tower, we have your
That would have been so embarrassing. 2143 in the red tower, that's really close to mine. Mine's 49.
I'm 1943.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Would you mind if I try to plug in the back?
Alright, I think we're good. We leaving here? Travel to the graveyard. Yep. Search for the Count's grave past the memorial gate. Return to the graveyard and open the memorial gate. Okay, so we're looking for a memorial gate. I wouldn't worry too much about mobs unless they're big troops. Because, oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to do.
You have a large life? Or lesser?
Okay, that has to be up here, right?
PoE layout logic.
I mean, I don't think that's the one. Is it?
Count's grave past the memorial gate.
Yeah, we're looking for a memorial gate.
Wait, wasn't that where the dude is? Like the gate is at the beginning of the waypoint, right?
No, that's the giant tangle. That's where we came from.
No, not that.
Oh, alright.
The gate where the guy is standing in front.
That's the giant tank.
No. I mean this gate.
Huh. I didn't notice that gate existing.
Yeah, it was like directly when we first came into the zone. I was like, where does this gate lead? Is this somewhere where, like, are we supposed to go there? Maybe. Ooh, Necropolis. Time for grave
Necropolis
crafting.
League. I'm triggered.
I guess we talk to this guy? Oh. We just have to click the right gravestone, I guess, and click some of them.
This doesn't make any sense. You're dead. Those bastard Eternals.
I mean, that's probably a better mana flask for you.
73 armor. Do you think this guy's... Medium round constant. Is that what you wanted me to have?
One of them for a decent mana flask.
Pathfinder code. Ooh, that's big evasion. Wait, I want that. I'm an evasion guy. 128 evasion. I need some dex too. Can I refund my point? I need next point. I need to get dex. How much do I? Dex. How much do I have? 28. So 5 dex is not even enough. I need 34. Can I refund a point? No.
Oh well, it's chest. We're in early game. None of this should matter.
14.
Bring it.
Yeah, no, there, hunting grounds. To Una, yeah, we can also go to Una and Tom, and let's walk and maybe you can be a bear. Can we find a waypoint?
That's exactly what you were at.
I think, yeah. I'm not sure because I didn't finish the sentence.
Portals ring to no. I just skipped over and opened another thing.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
No, I don't have to. Oh no, I do have to. She's just
an animation. Maybe.
Yeah, she's.
Do I have to?
Hang on. I would have. Wait.
That's the guy who was hanging from the tree, right?
Yeah. But who is it?
That's Cirrus after he got defeated. I don't know.
This has got to do with shape.
You think?
Specifically, shape as seed.
Sort of, it's like an archetype. So my actual role is
Go as quickly as you can. Okay, right, as soon as I sell everything in my inventory that's causing me to be full.
Wait, was that a large life?
It was also a rare pair of boots, but they were shit.
Yeah, okay.
And we're in a hurry, so I got invented everything that wasn't immediate put on.
Oh, he identifies. Free. And he refunds passives too. Dude, for gold, see?
Do it.
Yeah, Wait, no, that was recenter. Wait, how do I refund it then?
Select the node.
Yeah, that's what I tried.
No, you tried to select a node that had a node after it. Like you
Okay,
can't.
oh, wait, maybe I got the wrong one. Okay, goodbye, hooded one. Refund passes, this one. And so L2? Wait, it doesn't say on the bottom.
Hang on.
It says recenter, L2, and zoom.
Okay, go up.
Up?
Hit up one. Right, okay, so that's the last one. Down. Now hit X on it.
I don't need to do anything.
It doesn't do anything. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe it doesn't work. No time to mess with it, let's go.
Yeah, good point. Let me quickly render. Disenchant.
No, just vend it.
Elk shards?
Oh, you
Yeah,
want to see if it gives elk shards? It does,
it
good.
does. We don't
We don't care right now. We don't have enough to make a full elk.
Yeah, that's exactly true. Vendor. It's this one. This is the.
Hello, everyone. One more reminder. Please don't forget.
Oh wait, that
to
was
go to
level
the
3
checkout
skeletal
desk,
warrior,
sign
man.
out, and get your goodie bag on the way out. No spoilers, but it's cool.
Just sell all the flasks, who cares?
No spoilers, but it's cool. Alright, let's go.
Okay, where are we going? Travel to the hunting grounds. Which are where? I mean, it says here, the hunting grounds. Yep, cool. Oh, fuck, I didn't go. The hunting grounds, go! The helpful hint there said, never give away your account password. I fucking won't, don't you worry. Devourers, they don't need to be in the game! We didn't need Devourers to make it to PoE 2. It was unnecessary.
So these are bramble devourers.
Okay. Full of brambles and thorns.
Ritual, dude.
Cass would love it here.
It is a ritual.
Yo, actually, is this a ritual? No?
Well, I mean, not like a ritual, but like it is the ritual aesthetic.
But like, are we sure it's not an actual ritual? Maybe this is what ritual looks like.
I mean, I guess we can't click it right now because the monsters are still alive. But now we can't either. But it does have the symbol on the mini-map.
Yeah? Like that's a ritual symbol, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is a ritual, technically. Well, I don't know, technically. Can we do it now?
Come up a little. Up. I want to grab mobs, which I was hoping were like right here, and pull them back to the ritual. Don't kill them up here. Don't kill them.
Oh
don't
wait,
kill them.
you want to pull them back in?
Yeah.
I think it.
We're getting more and more blood.
Oh, okay. I think you have to pull them in.
We gotta kill them up here. Like in the circle. Ooh! I got killed quick. Don't leave the circle though. Don't leave the circle though.
I don't think I can revive you here.
No, just kill them. But in the circle, I want to see if the blood's getting more. I don't think it's getting more.
I'm not sure.
Alright, fuck it then. Never mind.
Don't want to waste time on it.
Like if it was very clearly powering up or whatever, I'd be like, ah, fuck it, let's do the ritual, right? But I don't know what's causing.
Well, maybe it's like what we have to do, but it says find entrance to the village. Man, I hope they get to optimize this for constant 60 FPS with the co-op couch thing.
Is there something wrong with it? I can't even...
It feels like it goes down to 24 FPS most of the time.
I've not noticed that even
There's
one
a lot
time.
of things happening on the screen.
Everything has looked super smooth for me the entire time. I've not noticed that a single time.
It's definitely a lot like good performance in the pressure situations. Like definitely like oh. That blue dude. Greater life flask, superior greater life flask. You want one of these?
Yeah, probably one. Unless I've got one. I don't know.
Increased amount recovered. And reduced charges per use. It's still instant, but it's only 60. It's like in PoE 1. Look, this is 60 life over 1.5 seconds. This is 242 over 2 seconds. So obviously, this one is completely useless at this point in comparison to this one. Flask upgrades early game just as important as in PoE 1.
I have no idea if we're like going the right way or whatever. But... probably this one.
Guys, it's been a pleasure.
Yes.
See you on the internet.
Do you have a Discord? Are you easily approachable?
I have a Discord, but I'm not approachable.
Okay. I'll try not to approach you then.
Unless you put it in my Discord. Like, you can't...
Can I send you a friend request on Discord and you find me?
No. I'll send you one now.
Okay, do that.
Are you one of those people that get several hundred of them a week and you're just like, no, fuck that, never go to that tab again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The worst thing is people writing you like message requests and they're like, hi, how are you doing? Just Capmaster OP. Right?
Oh, okay.
See,
I get only like 8 or 10 a week, but it's already enough that I just never go to friends request
I
again.
just don't look at...
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Did you do
not
it?
Catmater OP. Wait.
Like it's still enough that I can find somebody now, but you have to like, someone has to tell me, yo, I've sent you this friend request, can you go accept me? And I'll be like, oh, I'll go
No, I'll
look.
just have people all day saying, I said you can friend request.
Wait, what is that? Invite link? Wait, it's not even a search.
Hang tight. Hang tight. From the top. Find...
It's probably better if you enter it
Add by
anyway.
username.
CATMASTER. Oh yeah.
Did you have fun?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's really fun. I'm sad that they're taking it away from
Alright,
me.
I got the
Do you want to
request.
add yours as well?
Please. Oh, let's get rid of that. I'm actually like significantly happier about PoE 2 right now than I was 2 days ago.
Oh, why were you not happy?
There were just like a lot of things that I was worried about.
Okay, like?
Speed, minions, problems, the pacing of the entire game looks real slow when they show it to us. But when we play it, this doesn't feel slower than Acts 1 and 2 in PoE 1.
I think it feels faster. I mean, for me, PoE Acts 1 and 2 is like a drag.
Yeah, like this, the only way PoE 1 is faster for me is if I take that like degenerate racing strat where they exist with like 80 health the whole time. Like, that can go faster, sure, but those people will also work out a way to do this that fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's what they do.
I feel like this is better pacing than PoE.
Yeah, no, this feels... Damn it, that's dead end too.
No, we've got
Og's here to tell us to get the fuck off in a minute.
Sorry, I'm gonna leave these with you guys because you're staying here, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna use these.
Oh, you not?
Yeah, double up. I don't know if you can, but maybe you can.
We definitely can. I don't know if we will, but
You can-
someone will benefit from
make
it.
use of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone will use it. Thanks.
I can't even imagine the kind of work it takes.
For sure, someone will be like,
Well,
yeah.
you are making use of this breakfast tomorrow, maybe, because you don't have any breakfasts anymore.
Yeah, I'll use one of the breakfast ones. Yoink. I'll just chuck it there for now. I won't forget.
How generous. Nice of her that she thought of us.
They want it. Yeah, it's another place where they find it. Because, like, the thing becoming invisible is what.
Oh, did I die?
I nearly died. Ooh! I nearly died again.
It's been a while that I died. It's been a hot minute. I think I had like 2 or 3 situations where I revived you instead. But this is rough. This is a rough pack. There's like 1 or 2, 3 blues in there with active.
See, my minions are suddenly dying. Like, they were dying occasionally before, but they're dying like real quick now.
Wait, what's the area level? This one's a level 12, dude.
Yeah, so? We're fucking
What's
like,
your level?
we're level like 10 or 12, like close enough.
I think we might just be a little bit too behind for this. We probably were supposed to go to another zone first. And grind out a level or 2.
I'll be 11 in just a second.
Hey, I mean, that's almost, 2 levels below.
There, 1 level below now. Here we go.
Okay, that's not a review.
How much did you catch up actually? How much? I'm level 12.
Yeah, I'm only 1 level behind now.
Oh, that's Evan. That's. I know what that is. Okay. I have no idea how you got into this state with that.
Oh, it's been like that for
Do you have a skill gem? A good skill gem?
No, not Oh.
Presenting Odd Pieces.
That looks so cool. What is it?
It's a new kind of puzzle.
I've played puzzles before. Lots.
How much trouble do you think I get in if I stole one of these PlayStations and ran away?
Lots.
Lots? Nah.
That is the first line of one of these videos playing.
Oh, so every single time I stop, he's doing that.
Yeah, so let's see if
where are we going?
Playing one of those and then stopping it.
Find the entrance to the village. Where you reckon? Down left, obviously.
I would think. Up.
Oh, well,
that's
something
okay.
left.
It's still playing. But yeah, I have no idea how you got to that state. That's what that is.
Oh, I dropped dead again.
Oh, I'm dead.
That's our, like,
Yeah, that one's too hard.
That is, no, fuck that. We're gonna
Yeah,
kill
let's
it.
reset the zone.
No, we're
Can
gonna
we reset the
we're
zone?
gonna go kill it. You're such a pussy. Let's go.
I would have reset the zone. We want to play time efficient.
Yeah, time efficient, but not a pussy.
But I don't know we can't reset the zone because like I don't know how to open the context.
Don't know how to
menu
shift
of
click.
waypoint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if that's even a thing.
For as long as I can remember. Probably from the beginning of the
Did they get farther than us?
We restarted, probably not. We changed classes.
Get ready to level. Do that.
I'm waiting to get.
I think I might be the only person in this room without any. I think you are.
What'd you get?
Like they were like the fellow knight or something. It was what's the evasion into armor keystone?
Iron reflexes. Oh,
iron reflexes. Oh, yeah. So I was a ranger with iron reflexes at level 10.
Yeah,
as you do.
I see no problem with that.
I guess it's safe to pull the USB out because I've transferred my stuff over.
What's the time exactly?
It is. Good question. It is 5:13.
So we can probably go another 15-ish minutes.
Probably until they should do.
Because we already did most of our transferring.
Yeah, okay, it won't take that long.
Yeah.
I only have like one file left over too. So.
Oh, just making sure. We've only got 15 minutes left on this recording.
Okay.
So perfect. A sapphire ring!
As if we
It took
timed
so
it.
long to find a ring.
Yeah, and we've only got mana rings up until just now too.
Oh yeah?
Which he needs, but I don't need any mana.
Right.
I'm fucking infinite mana over here.
I'm constantly out of mana, so I'm kind of happy about it.
Yeah, like it depended so heavily on what skill I was using as to how much mana I had issues with.
Oh shit, that did everything.
Level up. I'm getting Dex now. It's still missing exactly one Dex for my 128 evasion range.
That is the most annoying part of the Act 1 and 2 right now is stat requirements. It was so difficult because I kept going off by one and de-equipping my gear.
Well, the thing is, technically, there's the hooded guy with which you can refund, but it doesn't work for me. Like, it says it costs gold, but you can't, like, I can't actually refund it.
Oh, that's weird.
Like, it didn't work. I don't know how it works. Maybe I did it wrong. But
Nah, I don't. I think it was just not working.
I think it was bugged.
Yeah, I was like, because I wanted to try out like totems and stuff. I was like, give me 2 strength. I'm like, what the hell do I find 2 strength all of a sudden? Like, I gotta reset that to 2 strength.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also weird. You can't like just buy attribute amulets or something that gives you like a handful of
It's a buffer about a bit, yeah.
Was the entire vendor was gambling?
One is like
one is the gambler and the other one is okay.
Yeah, you got like one of each.
Oh, I can't talk. Did I?
Streamer can't play and talk.
He's really bad at it. Oh, fuck me.
I'm the
Didn't
worst.
mean to do that. I don't know how I opened that window actually.
Panic buttons?
No, I don't even know what button does that.
No idea.
Yeah, these rares are just
fantastic. Wonderful.
Well, at least they don't have arch nemesis ones.
Not yet.
That is a gigantic moose. A gigantic dead moose. Oh fuck. Ooh. Those guys with the shotguns though. Don't go down in there. Oh.
Oh, I don't have mana.
9 bucks.
It's just it's getting annoying because they don't recover that much. I don't know, it's tough to micromanage. There's so many things, right? Like they want you to do so many combos with your skills.
That is a warm USB.
You did pick what they advertised as the most combo and mechanic in heavy class, right? Like,
I guess.
Down, right?
But then again, then why does that class also have to be the one that suffers most from the mana problems? Okay, I need to like somehow replace these mana flasks. A bigger one. Oh yeah, now we can get flash charges back. I'm gonna die.
You usually off last? basically.
I guess I just spammed them too hard. Sorry, I don't want to waste time, but I'm pretty gonna do this. You also want to click it?
I don't do it. I had the same mana problems like right at the beginning, and I just beeline right for mana regen on the tree. That's because it's also in the minion int area. It's like, oh, I'm like, there's a mana node over there. I will take a small detour and make sure I get that. There's nothing over there for you.
Well, I mean, I could have beelined there quicker.
A loot.
Quicker than you, but I could have been quicker than the current one.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, again. Here, level 4 scepter for you.
Really?
Level 4 skeleton warrior.
Yo, huge, I'll take it.
I was curious about no minion.
Skunk really got her.
Yep.
You know your Chromebook Plus can give that a little zhuzh.
Promise me I don't smell anymore?
I can't smell.
Lucky you. What if editing were easy?
I guess I'll equip that now.
Allies in your presence regenerates 2 life per second.
That sounds great. I like that. Yeah, see? I should have really crafted that stuff. Like, chance. Now we're gonna run out of time and I'm gonna stop the game with an alch in my inventory. It feels like every single one of my leagues where I end with like 20 to 30 divines in my stash.
I spend fucking instantly. If I'm on League Start and a divine drops, the very first thing I do is immediately stop and spend an entire divine. It's gone instantly.
Otherwise, I'm getting the hang of this. Man, I don't know.
I feel like I've only just started to get a feel for the controls and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. Like, in 2 days would have been way better.
Yeah.
But you're always gonna have that feeling. I mean, like, when I was at Gamescom, I also was like, oh, I was just getting the hang of it, right? And if you play for a week, you're like, oh, I only got the hang of it. Monthly quarter stuff, dude. Ah, I'm so good for waiting.
Do it, use it.
Okay. Bam. I died?
Yeah, we were in the middle of a fight.
+2 all melee skill gems, increased fizz, flat recoil, accuracy, crit chance.
Easy. I will try and...
I can't equip it while I'm dead.
I'm trying to get these things there, but like...
But I crafted it while I was dead.
I'm out of
And now we have to smash the monsters in the face with that. Thanks. Wait, why there's no supports on your skeleton minions?
There is.
Oh, on level 3. Right?
Yeah. There's just the other ones that have nothing, but the ones I'm actually using.
I think that's some good stuff.
Yeah. You appear to do a lot of damage with those 1 or 2 hits.
Do you think we have to go up? Or
no, I think it was down here where we nearly died.
It looks like it, yeah.
How many times have you considered telling us to get the fuck off?
Me?
Yeah.
Keep playing till 6 for all I care.
I was like...
It's your footage, though.
I was like, I'm gonna be here until somebody tells me I have to stop.
Well,
we could beat all the footage except the one that we're recording now, and that's ending in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you do have to be out at 6.
Exactly
it'll
6.
take some time to copy, but
We did all the
So-
footage except the one we're recording now already.
Yeah, it'll take some amount of time.
Yeah.
So I would account for 5, 8, 10 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
You know, I guess.
Well, we'll just stop and we'll upload this one immediately when it finishes, and then we'll just keep playing until.
That's fine.
Right?
Oh, I died again.
We've got
I need to show you my stuff
half hour,
here.
30 minutes.
I upped this.
Nice. Yeah, that's a solid course.
Oh shit.
Just as I found the Gothic base for the first time.
This is so much harder than I'm used to PoE being, but I don't even know if that's true. Well,
it's the controls.
It's not. When I watch new people play PoE 1, they struggle as much as I'm struggling now. Right? Like,
Yeah.
they died 15 times in Act 1.
I mean, I would definitely say that it's more challenging than PoE 1. I don't think it's, like, insanely more challenging. But, yeah, as someone who's played a lot of PoE 1 and also played a lot of PoE 2, I would say PoE 2 is probably harder. If only because the, like, normal monsters are more of a threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's probably the biggest difference.
That's good, though.
Yeah, no, game's pretty fun.
Yeah, can't wait. I just wonder, like, whether, like, after all the changes, is it still gonna be? If I end up not liking WASD in the long run. What? Oh, that's the rare.
Mouse-driven control's still there.
Yeah. Is it gonna feel good to do the traditional mouse and keyboard the way that we've been doing it in Path of Exile 1?
I still usually play mouse-driven when I'm playing at work. Just because I have so much ingrained habit to do so.
Yeah, exactly, because it is like my comfort zone.
It's like that sentence doesn't make sense. Because
so, the only difference with mouse-driven controls between PoE 1 and 2 is there are skills that you can use while moving.
Yeah.
And mouse-driven controls will sort of try and predict your movement while you're using those. So, like, if you lightning arrow while walking in a given direction, you can keep moving in that direction. If that makes sense. So it controls slightly differently as a result, but, like, it's not bad, in my opinion.
I'm just looking at the wrong life again. Or not looking at my life.
I do want to talk to whoever made these minions.
The